Morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order, and we will have roll call.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Here.
Chair McCowan?
Here. And I will invite Phil Dow to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will now go to public expression for items not on the agenda. I have several speaker cards here that we will start with. I believe they're all on the same topic, and being that it is an item not on the agenda, we're going to limit public comment on that topic to a total of 10 minutes. I will recognize Louis Bigfoot for another item not related to cannabis.
No, there are no more. There are no more forms to fill out, so I would give you a form, but there are no more.
Oh, well, we will get that corrected.
Thank you. Thank you. I just would like to support the board's intent to have the ad hoc committee on Channel 3 meet again over at the current location and work through all of this. I know the whole board needs to be caught up to speed, but I'm not going to even get into all that. What I'd really like to do is just get a meeting and get to a point where we can look at the next location, because obviously that is a problem. The rent, and there is something to be found there. There is a location possibly which could bring them way down, and then the idea of hiring an interim coordinator who would facilitate a period of time while the ad hoc committee and the public, everybody gets up to speed on the potential and the value of Channel 3. That's what's really upsetting to me is not having the value of this brought forward. Now, I've watched and talked to many people on my own, and the college has energy, the sheriff has energy, the HHS, there's a lot of energy out there, huge amount of energy. It just has to be brought in and corralled under Channel 3. And I support Mallow. He's doing a great job. He's very energetic, he's very young, and the young people love him. And I know he's an unusual guy, but I love his unusualness, so I support his interim. He's an interim. He's a volunteer right now. He spent countless hours talking to people, and I totally honor that. What we need are volunteers like him, all in doing everything. So I'm looking forward to the next ad hoc committee meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I do have 5 speaker cards, and I'm going to go in the order in which they were handed to me. If you want to share the 10 minutes on this topic, it'll be 2 minutes each. Ron Edwards, followed by Roger Wheeler.
Morning, board. I'm here as a businessman who's trying to run a fully compliant business, which I thought I was until Friday.
Your name, please.
Ron Edwards. Until I was Friday. I have less faith after participating in the ordinance process for over a year and asking the board about a lawsuit derailing the process. Quick points of when I paid my $1,500 fee last year was stated on the document it expired in June. I'm requesting a partial refund because that was suspended back to December, allowing me only 6 months of use. How does this county work when a lawsuit is going on to retroactive things back to December 31st? With environmental issues, when a judge in Humboldt County just threw out a lawsuit by an environmental group because he said that they were harming the environment by not allowing the process to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Wheeler, followed by Julia Dakin.
Morning. Just to
Name,
save
please.
some time, I'm just going to kind of
Name, please.
Wheeler, Roger Wheeler. I'm going to kind of skip over and just hit a few highlights. Got this little letter from the sheriff's office. Not really anything I didn't expect, but given the way things have gone over the last year, I think under your direction, Supervisor McCowan, we're further behind than we were. You seem to like to get business done behind closed doors. You make promises that you don't keep. And you've really broken the trust that the sheriff's good efforts has started to build. It was a fragile trust, but Randy Johnson and then Dan Knapp and all the people I contacted with in the sheriff's office did a great job. I can't help but think that they're kind of caught in the middle here, but I think that's probably an accurate assessment. I understand, and I have this on good information from a third-party person, that about 350 permits were issued last year. Do the math on that, and an equal number, just an estimate, is that equal number was shut out, thanks to the deal you made behind closed doors with the Black-tailed Deer Association. You do the math on that, the sheriff's office took in about 1.3 million just on that alone. The applications and the zip ties that they sold as a result of that. If you figure that many people also got blocked out, do you think the sheriff's office could use another 1.3 million in their pocket right about now, given what they said last week? They can't make budget. I think they probably could. I'm holding you responsible for that. You know, when the committee was formed, you put all you guys, not Mr. Hamburg, I wish he was allowed to speak and be involved in this issue. He's the most reasonable voice on the whole board. I feel he's a good representative of what's going on in this county. You know,
Please conclude.
I would like to see you removed from the committee. Put someone in there that's a little more open-minded.
There is no committee. Thank you.
Well,
We're going to the next
you did
speaker.
have a committee
Your
going.
time is up, sir. Julia
Okay. Thank
Dakin,
you for
followed by Mark Thies.
I'm Julia Dakin. I'm a business owner and a rule follower. I made some decisions and investments this year based on what I knew to be legal. Now, from one week to the next, I'm stuck in somewhat of a legal limbo, and I don't believe it's your intention to cause distrust and keep good people from creating jobs in the county, but that's been the effect of the letter that we got last week saying that our permits are no longer relevant. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Thies, followed by Brandon. Do you have the total?
So this is in regards to that letter, and there's this mood that it feels like we're kind of hung out to dry as cultivators. And you know, when the vote was going on with the Measure AF, I had a lot of my cohorts and peers who were really pro Measure AF, and my response to them was, I believe in the Board of Supervisors, that they helped orchestrate and create and co-create the 931 program in 2010, 2011, which I was a part of the one in 2011. And I said, I'm going to vote no against Measure AF because I think they're going to stand up and do the right thing, keep the small farmers protected, keep the big corporations out. And I still believe in you guys. I still think you're going to do the right thing. But this letter is left us with a confusion. You know, we're back to the 25 plant limit. And the word was out, you know, the third-party inspectors are saying, oh, it's no longer plant count, it's going to be canopy, see your green. So it's like we're going two places at the same time, and it's really confusing. And like the lady you just spoke, we've got made investments to move forward. And so I don't know what I want to see different, except if there's a possibility to rewrite the letter so that we feel more protected, because as cultivators, we're already kind of out on a limb in regards to the feds. So if we don't feel protected by the local government, it's like, what are we doing here? What's going on? So it'd be great if somehow we could reissue a letter that's saying that, you know, you can do everything possible to have us protected and not change the course of direction. I know that the letter stated that, you know, that it's coming up, that is the changeover. It felt like the letter was a kind of a formality of logistical approach to, like, the Sheriff's Department is now handing the baton over to the Ag Commission. I mean, I got that mood, and you're saying, oh yeah, we're gonna move forward. You know, in this month in March, you know, 21st or whatever, and then it will be eligible.
Please conclude.
Okay, we'll be eligible in May or June. So I just wish there could be another letter put out that we feel more protected. I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Brandon, and some speakers used less than their allotted time, so the next speaker on this topic will be James Smalley.
My name is Brandon. I was a participant in the 9.31 program. I grew up here in Mendocino. I've lived here most of my life. I work here. I have a business here. I care deeply about our community. I obviously have a very vested interest in the future of this county. The actions of the county government over the last 2 years greatly concern me. When the temporary ordinance was adopted last year after Supervisor Woodhouse and Supervisor McGowan failed to craft a permanent ordinance despite having 9 months to do so, the 9.31 participants were asked to put out a good faith effort to be compliant with the new cannabis regulations. This proved to be a monumental task. It was very expensive, very difficult, and unfortunately that good faith effort has not been returned by the county government on any level. We have been misled and marginalized time and again by the board, particularly by Supervisor McGowan. The most recent actions of the county government, which has resulted in the gap in the permit process, has left everyone in legal limbo. This unjust action jeopardizes my farm, jeopardizes my business, jeopardizes the safety and security of myself and my family. This is abhorrent and unacceptable. We need a permanent cultivation ordinance that is reasonable and workable, and we needed it a year ago. I believe the government should be transparent and accountable. The county government willingness to cave to the Black-tailed Deer Association should concern everyone in this county, not just the 9.31 participants. That lawsuit was settled behind closed doors. It did not go before a judge. There was no public notice. There was no public input. We have no idea what happens in those meetings. That is not transparent, that is not accountable, and that is not acceptable behavior for the elected officials in a representative democracy. As a resident of this county, what am I supposed to think when I see the county government behave in such a corrupt and inept manner? It appears quite obvious that the county is being pushed around by what is essentially a private security firm.
Conclude, please.
That is something you would expect to see in a banana republic, not in the United States of America.
Thank you. Your time is up. James Smalley is the next speaker on this topic, and there might be a little bit of time for the remaining card I have. Then we're going to move on to other items.
First of all, thank you for making the time.
Please state your name.
James Smalley, participant in the 9.31 program. Thank you for making the time to let me speak here. I just want to echo the sentiments that have already been said. It took a huge leap of faith for us to come forward to work with the Sheriff's Department, who in the past have worked with us by pointing guns at us and slapping handcuffs on our wrists. So when we chose to come out and work with the Sheriff's Office on this program, it took a huge leap of faith for us. And now we feel like we're being left out, hung out to dry. So that's what I have to say on that point. My second point is with Supervisor Hamburg recusing himself on cannabis matters and that chair empty, the cannabis production zones of this county are underrepresented on the supervisors, and we would appreciate it if you found a way to work with us more on crafting cannabis legislation, which obviously the people who have been drafting it thus far have not demonstrated an understanding of how the industry operates. So please find a way to include us better in your process. Thank you.
Thank you. Petra Buchanan will be our last speaker on this topic.
Hi, I'm Petra Buchanan, and I'll just reiterate what everybody else said. Yeah, I'll just agree with what everybody else said to keep things short and simple. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all that I'll say is we all know that the letter went out, and whether that letter had gone out or not, there was going to be a gap between the 2016 program and the program currently under development that we hope to adopt as soon as we reasonably can. We are under legal scrutiny. We do have to follow CEQA. That's inevitably made the process more drawn out. I understand everyone's concern. I think we all do. I also am reasonably confident that the sheriff understands the situation and we'll have respect for the fact that people who are doing everything they can to be legally compliant are not the highest priority for law enforcement. It's so, but that's going to be between you and law enforcement. And again, you know, we're doing the best we can to get a permanent regulation in place. So,
Be a public reading.
please, we're not going to have a debate here. The next speaker for public expression is Anthony Adams.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you this morning. I'm here as a representative of the Mendocino County Public Attorneys Association, and I wanted to just share with you some of the concerns we have as we begin the contract negotiation process and as you review the documents that we've provided and contemplate how we might proceed going forward. Of principal concern to the board should be the fact that at its core, what the public attorneys are facing in this county is, simply put, the inability to live in the county in which we work. Is simply put, the bottom line is, there of the 53 counties that report salary data, of the 53, Mendocino is 48th. The housing median number is drastically tiny comparatively to the rest of the state. There's only 3 other counties in the entire state that have a worse median home price salary to home price index: San Francisco, San Mateo, and Marin. It is extraordinarily expensive to live here, and we are simply not trying to put our hands out to line pockets. We just want to be able to raise our families, to be able to buy a home in this community, and continue to serve the county of Mendocino and its fine residents. Board members, we would ask you to sincerely consider that what we're trying to accomplish this year is not motivated by some desire to just have more money for having money's sake, but simply to be productive members of a community, both at work and at home. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to address the board on a topic not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, we will now go to the consent calendar, agenda item number 4. Do we have proper notice? Oh, Mr. Mallow, well, you need to come up to the podium. So we're still on public expression.
My name is Emmanuel Malo. I am the President and Executive Director of Mendocino Access Television. I'm here up again because of access. And just to remind the Board of Supervisors that we still need access television, you know. And we are having problems. We need a little bit of support because access television in Mendocino County is very important. Mendocino Access Television is still there. We are running, we are providing services. People are coming up, organizations are coming up. The county recently was asking us to give the equipment that that we're giving for Mendocino Access Television to provide services to the people. And we have really been facing problems because people are using the equipment and they cannot just come in and then we pull the equipment and give them out there. So we are encouraging the Board of Supervisors to look into this issue. It's a serious issue for us. We need access television. We need you know, the public to be able to provide videos of their expression for us. And we know that the agencies here are working to serve this community. Mendocino Access Television want to provide services to all these agencies so that they'll be able to outreach the members they serve. It's very important for us, and we don't want to be exchanging fights with the county concerning this issue. Instead, we want to collaborate with the county to make sure that access television remains, especially here in Ukiah, because Willits is having theirs, Fort Bragg is having theirs. We are the only one remaining now that don't have it. We don't have sponsorship. And the only reason why our servers are not functioning well is because they are down, so we cannot provide services. If we had those servers up, the county will have their services. The Ukiah community will be able to have their services from us. So we are asking the county to do something about this. We are still there. We are operating. We are providing services. People love it. Every time they come to collect the equipment, they meet people there that are using it. It's unreasonable to really give them out. And so I just want to encourage the Board of Supervisors to take a look at that and see what we can do about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we will move to the consent calendar. Do we have proper notice?
Proper notice has been established.
Are there any items to be pulled from the consent calendar?
For discussion purposes, I'd like to pull the sheriff's $70,000 contract with the DEA.
Okay, that
What
is
item,
4Y, I believe.
4Y, yes.
4Y. So 4Y is pulled from the consent calendar for separate consideration. Any other items? If not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the balance of the consent calendar, omitting item 4Y.
Second.
And we have a motion by Hamburg, a second by Brown. We also have a speaker card for item 4L, Phil Dow.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff. Apologize for being here and talking about this today. We had a board meeting ourselves yesterday right here, so hopefully we would have caught this a little bit before, but I have just a friendly amendment to suggest on the support for Assembly Bill 174 Bigelow, which would entails requesting that the members of the Transportation Commission include at least one rural representative. I have some maybe unsubstantiated long-term concerns with this. I'm afraid about balkanization of the board, and next year there might be a bill from Southern California saying we need 5, Bay Area, and but I'm going to let that go. I just want to tell you that I think we have had a fair break with the California Transportation Commission. I've been your representative there for 32 years. What I'm going to suggest is there's a couple of places in the letter that uses the word it's impossible to get a fair shake. I think we have 22 miles north of us a contradiction to that it is impossible to get a fair shake from the commission for projects in rural counties. In the last 2 years,
Well, would it be acceptable if it said it can be difficult or it can be challenging?
I would suggest that you modify the words, soften them a little bit, and that's all I'm really here for, because these things can get done, and there are commissioners that do take the holistic view and look at the entire state. That's all I would ask. Thank you.
So really it's just a recommendation to soften the tone of the letter a little bit.
Yeah, please, because we've already proved it's not impossible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comment to the consent calendar with the exception of 4Y, which has been pulled for separate discussion?
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Rick Ellert, Emergency Services Coordinator for the Mendocino County Office of Emergency Services. I just wanted to talk to you really briefly about the resolution before you. I believe it's 4AA, the continuing proclamation. First of all, I wanted to thank the board for continuing to support these continuing emergency proclamations. As you may or may not know, these are kind of just a rubber stamp requirement for the county to be eligible for any sort of disaster aid and disaster funding that could come in. So as long as the county is suffering ongoing damages as it relates to winter storms, it's kind of necessary for us to move forward with asking for these continuing proclamations to ensure that we are eligible for any potential state or federal disaster assistance funding. I also wanted to take the time just really briefly to mention just to kind of clarify, because I've been getting a lot of calls from the public about what sort of funding is available, and currently the funding that has been made available by both the state and federal government at this point is what's known as public assistance. So this is disaster assistance designed for basically for government entities, so for public agencies, so special districts, the city, the county, things along those lines, to basically pay for repairs to public infrastructure that's been damaged by the storm, so roads, sewer treatment plants, things along those lines. At this time, individual assistance has not been made available, and that would cover things like private property owners, private businesses, and stuff like that. The county has not yet reached the threshold of damages that the state or federal government needs to make that sort of funding available. And so as part of this ongoing disaster assistance process, the Office of Emergency Services is collecting what we call initial damage estimates, or IDEs, from both public entities and from private citizens about damages that's been ongoing. The public can find a link to the IDE form on the county website. It's the co.mendocino.ca.us/OES is the website. It's right there on the main page and highlighted in yellow where they can download the form. We are encouraging members of the public to fill out those forms for private property damage as well and submit them to us. We do not think that we will rise to the level that we will get assistance for private property owners, but it helps us understand which areas of the county are suffering damages. And if we don't collect it, there is no real chance that we would ever rise to that level because we don't know where damages is. So if people have suffered damages, either insured or uninsured, just report that to us. We would appreciate it. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brown.
Have you done a news release that you would like people to report to you?
Yes, we're in the process of doing a news release currently. It should be going out hopefully today if it didn't go out yesterday. So a little PSA along with that. Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to compliment you for all of your updates regarding all of the storm emergencies and so forth. I know they're very much appreciated. And I'll repeat this again when our Director of Transportation, Howard DeShiel, is here, but his crews and all of our crews that have been responding have done a fantastic job. So again, thank you for your part in keeping us informed.
I appreciate that, and DOT has definitely been working very long hours lately, and we all appreciate what they've been doing. It's been great. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I do want to go back to item 4L, the letter that Mr. Dow spoke about. It was sponsored by Supervisor Jurdy and myself. We are the representatives to the rural counties, representatives of California, sit on their board of directors. Basically, this came as a request. Mr. Bigelow, I think this is well intended. And just for Mr. Dow's information, the fact that on the cap and trade funds, when you talk about certain areas, big populated areas, cap and trade, out of the rural counties, Mendocino is left out to get any of that money. I think there's only one rural county. Those legislators wrote it to actually send the funds directly to very few counties. And the leadership in Sacramento is not willing to change it. So sometimes you have to be very strong-worded to even get an attention from any of the legislators. Basically, because you're rural. We have one representative, 7 counties, where you go to the more populated area and they have numerous legislators. So I'm willing to make the changes because I appreciate Mr. Dow's, all his efforts through all these years on transportation issues, and do rely on his advice, but I need to go to my colleague.
And so the motion to approve consent was made by Supervisor Hamburg, second by Supervisor Brown. Presumably there's concurrence to authorize Supervisors Brown and Jurdy to revise the letter.
Well, I'd like to hear from my colleague.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm fine with modifying the letter in support.
And is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yeah, I think we would just change it as impossible to something like it is extremely challenging.
Shall we leave that to the RCR?
Glad to leave it to them, but I
sponsors.
think that's the only place we need to make a revision.
Okay. So with that change, then we would vote on the consent calendar. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We will now go to item 4Y, approval of revenue agreement number 2017-28 with the U.S. Department of Justice Drug Enforcement Administration in the amount of $70,000 for the eradication and suppression of illicit cannabis on federal lands for the period term of October 1st, 2016 to September 30th, 2017. Sponsor the Sheriff's Office. Under Sheriff Randy Johnson here to address the item. I think some of the concern arises from the fact that apparently, although the intention is to use these funds for eradication on federal lands, the grant information included in the packet doesn't make a specific reference to only using the funds on federal land. So, under Sheriff Johnson.
Yes, good morning, Chair McCowan and board members. This is money that we've had through grant process for many years, long before Sheriff Allman was in the office. It's used predominantly for helicopter time, as helicopter time is very expensive. It's used predominantly in the federal lands, National Forest, and there's some federal lands on BLM on Cow Mountain. And it's used for cleanup, eradication, environmental issues, and although the language that you don't see in there, it's very well watched by the folks who issue the grant, and they look at what that money's been spent for, and so it's used predominantly in those areas. You know, typically, obviously, we have to get up to those areas and so on from here, so technicality, there's some time and money spent between those zones, but that money is spent in those areas for those reasons.
Thank you. And I think you made the point this is a continuation of a program that has been in place for years.
Yes, this is used by our COMET team, our marijuana eradication team, and our funding's been very much reduced over the years, and from the state as well as the Fed. So this is one piece that continues to be used, and like you say, we use it for the helicopter time mostly and inspections, overflight stuff, and then also some eradications via helicopter. So it makes the process for us in those kind of lands much quicker and safer using the helicopter than using equipment that we drive in and drive out.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I think everybody supports the way the money has been spent historically, and I think the question just arises because of the radical change in Washington with Jeff Sessions being Attorney General, and so I'm curious, has this been run by the County Counsel's office and or your statewide association? I'm just curious if because the language seems fairly broad in terms of, the agency will work with the DEA on, and I don't see anywhere in here where it distinguishes between, it just says cannabis and then it says illicit cannabis, and so it doesn't seem to be distinguishing between the fact that here in California we have the voters approved recreational cannabis, that they have medical cannabis, and I'm just curious if the sheriff's office has looked to a potential shift at the federal level and what they may try to require of the sheriff's office in the future that they may not have required of the sheriff's office in the past.
So obviously that's a big question in our mind as well, although we've not received any direction from any agency to change any direction of what our process is. Keeping in mind that all cannabis is illegal to be grown on federal lands. So that's the focus there, and so recreational or otherwise it's illegal on federal lands, and this is the focus of this grant. Additionally, with grants, we have lots of hurdles and rules we have to follow when we use the grants, as well as it's not normally something they can change mid-stride in the grant either. In the future, you may very well be right, there may be other strings attached based on what may be coming out of the White House, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. There's none at the moment, though.
I guess I would ask, if you didn't get this $70,000, which is not a huge amount of money, I believe the sheriff would still focus on the identified priorities for illegal marijuana enforcement, such as trespass grows, illegal water diversion, etc. Whether the department got $70,000 from the federal government, whether you used it on federal lands or not, you still have resources to go after identified priorities for illegal marijuana cultivation.
Yes, that is correct. However, with the new shifting in the marijuana laws and the reduction in many of the crimes to misdemeanors and the reduction in the convictions because of that, the more legalization of the medical, it will create much less revenue to this county through any asset forfeiture or restitution money. So those monies that we have used historically in the past to supplement and pay for some of these items that are non-budgeted items is no longer there. So any grant funds that we are able to get a hold of for this type of activity is going to be paramount to us continuing to eradicate illegal marijuana. There will still be plenty of illegal marijuana of those that are not in the program, those that can't get in, won't get in. There'll still be 1,000 plant grows. So all the states historically so far that have legalized recreational marijuana had an explosion of marijuana growing and so on. So our efforts in eradication are going to need to continue and most likely should be ramped up. But part of that with the new program coming in and the board's commitment to, at the request of both the public and the people that are going to be in the program, have asked for increased, well, maybe not increased because we don't have it yet, but certainly they're asking for enforcement, and the board is committed strongly to the enforcement. So we will need to have further discussions as to what that looks like going forward, how that involves our department.
Thank you. And I do believe Sheriff Allman established I believe it was 5 priorities for illegal marijuana enforcement, I think probably 4 or 5 years ago, and I believe those are posted on the Sheriff's Department website.
The website's changed a lot, and then getting ready for that, they may still be there, but we haven't changed those priorities.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to make. Right. So thank you, Under Sheriff Johnson. Any other questions from the board? Thank you. Public comment to this item.
Ron Edwards Willits. I really applaud the effort of Randy Johnson in trying to go after the illegal grows. However, I have a concern about those who are in the limbo period, and if there was some type of writing document we could get that would clarify the intent of those in the program. It is nice to say that it is
Mr. Edwards, we're on item 4Y now, the $70,000 grant.
My time, please?
The $70,000 grant.
We're talking about the $75,000 grant to overfly the county. And this could result in some people having a problem with that. I'm just saying, I just want to make that clear so that the sheriff can do his job properly on the illegal grows and not have a problem on those who are trying to participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Wheeler. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Jarrett. I agree with you. I have some of the same concerns, but I know the sheriff's...
And your name for the record, please.
Wheeler, Roger. Sheriff's under budget. He's trying to do his job. He had this whole 931 dumped in his lap, so if he can pick up an extra $70,000 with no strings attached, the sheriff treated me and the folks I know very well, kept his word. I'm willing to take that chance and allow him to call it as it comes, but take the money.
Thank you. Other speakers to item 4Y? See no one come forward, and again, I appreciate Under Sheriff Johnson for clarifying the issue. Board members, Supervisor Jurdy.
So I'd like to make the motion to approve this. I did think it was important to get a public assurance that the funds will not be will not comply or compel the county to then do things that are contrary to county or state law. And I think we got a verbal assurance that that's the case.
Mm-hmm. And do we have a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Jurdy, second by Supervisor Hamburg. We will vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We will now go to item 5A, a noticed public hearing and potential adoption of an ordinance adopting by reference the 2016 California Building Standards Code and proposed local amendments to Title 18 of the Mendocino County Code, adopting local findings and making other technical and administrative revisions to Title 18. Planning and Building Services is the sponsor, and we have Director Dunnicliffe and Michael Lockett and Matt Kurdowski.
Good morning,
Director
Mr. Chair,
Dunnicliffe. Oh, first of all, we must ask the clerk to establish proper notice.
Proper notice has been established.
Thank you. And has all correspondence been distributed?
None was received.
Thank you. So we will then go to the staff presentation, followed by public input, final remarks from staff, and then we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Director of Planning and Building Services. This is, I believe, the third time this item's been in front of your board. We first had just a public information item and then a first reading, and we've got a final opportunity for your board to take final action today. Mr. Lockett is the county's chief building official, and I'll turn the item over to him for any brief comment that he might have.
Thank you.
Hello, honorable board members. Back on December 19th and January 24th, I brought forward the California Building Standards,
And
Title
please,
24.
Please identify yourself.
Oh, Michael Lockett, chief building official for Mendocino County.
Thank you.
I brought forward the standard codes, Title 24, with amendments. The California Building Code Standards, Title 24, serves as the basis for the design and construction of buildings in California, improve safety, sustainability, maintaining consistency, new technologies and construction methods, and reliability. I would recommend action and motion to adopt the ordinance as amended, adopting by reference the 2016 California Building Standards Code with proposed local amendments to Title 18 of the Mendocino County Code, adopting local findings and making other technical and administrative revisions to Title 18. Thank you for your time, honorable members.
Thank you. Any questions at this time? We will go to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to address the board on this item, please come forward.
Good morning, board members. Lee Howard, North Coast Builders Exchange. We just want to tell you that it has been almost a pleasure to work through this. I know that it's a feeling of our builders out there that the code is overwhelming to a lot of us, but we realize that you don't have much to say about it. We don't have much to say about it, but we do support you in this, moving it forward, and with the work that we've done in the stakeholders meetings, it's been good, and thank you, and we'd hope that you support it all the way.
Thank you. Other public comment to this item? Seeing no one come forward, final remarks from staff?
No final remarks from staff.
Board members, any questions? So I think it's before us for a decision. I would like to say that I think we're all aware that Mr. Howard was working with staff on this, and my information is staff was very responsive and successfully worked through the issues to the benefit of the community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Kurdowski, County Counsel.
Deputy County Counsel Matt Kurdowski. Just for the record, we have this one-page staff report that shows we did make a couple minor changes to some of the sections in the code for today's adoption. They're minor, so we think we can go ahead with adoption today. I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
Okay. So then the recommended action motion in front of us is the appropriate one?
Yes.
Thank you. And we will then close the public hearing. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I'd like to move to adopt the ordinance as amended, adopting by reference the 2016 California Building Standards Code with proposed local amendments to Title 18 of the Mendocino County Code, adopt local findings, and making other technical and administrative revisions to Title 18, and authorize the chair to sign the same.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Brown, second by Supervisor Jurdy. All those in favor, vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to item 5B, informational update on the status of the Mendocino Town Local Coastal Plan and possible direction or consideration of Coastal Commission comments regarding the submitted Mendocino Town LCPA. Planning and Building is the sponsor. Mr. Dunnicliffe.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Director of Planning and Building Services again. My last update to your board on the Mendocino Town Plan update generated much comment and dialogue in the community, and it also triggered a response letter from the Coastal Commission staff. The ad hoc committee, the MTP ad hoc committee, is the supervisors that have been working most directly with this, will be meeting this week with staff and to discuss the update as it was presented. And if any clarifications need to be provided after that discussion happens, we can certainly provide those clarifications. With that being said, our primary goal remains seeing the MTP update adopted by the Coastal Commission. We've been assured at this point that it will be going forward to the Coastal Commission in June. And I also want to introduce to you our senior planner, Bill Kinzer, from the Fort Bragg office, who's our staff member that's been working most directly with this. He'll be available, he'll be able to provide you with a brief update on what's changed since the last update, answer any questions that your board might have. And we'll try to be getting Bill over here on your update days just to make sure that you're getting information directly from the source. So with that being said, I'll turn this over to Bill Kinzer.
Thank you. Mr. Kinzer.
Thank you. Bill Kinzer, Mendocino Planning and Building Services, Supervisors. So we sent to the Coastal Commission staff a letter based on ad hoc committee, MTP ad hoc committee comments. We anticipate meeting with Coastal Commission staff probably numerous times over the next few months before the June meeting when they come out with their final recommendations to try to work out some of those comments. As you're aware, there were 5 major issue areas or primary topic areas that the commission highlighted and that filtered throughout the town plan and the zoning. The ad hoc committee found that 4.5 of those major topic areas they were in disagreement with, and so we hope that we can find some ground for change in those areas. The 5 areas were the visitor serving facilities, and we had they called Coastal Commission staff called it an amnesty program. We would comment that we don't think it went as far as an amnesty program. We had proof of water and all other code requirements needed to be met. We had the Mendocino Fire Protection District property, the switch from open space to public facilities. We had the Yellow House that the commission staff made a recommendation that become mixed use. We think there's room on that one for some movement, and then we had the proof of water, and there was the proof of water for really for incremental for smaller increases. There's proof of water is allowed, not to do a hydrologic study when the changes are small enough. It's larger changes they're absolutely required to do it, and we would like to discuss that further with the Coastal Commission staff. And then the final one is the changes by the Coastal Commission staff recommending that all the zoning districts be divided into principally permitted, and conditional uses. And there was a disagreement as well with that. We're hopeful we can get together with the Coastal Commission and talk through the ad hoc committee's recommendations as well as other changes that staff has identified. We would expect that would occur over the next 2 months to give Coastal Commission staff time to prepare its staff report for the June 12th meeting.
Thank you. Ad hoc members, Supervisor Brown.
Let's supervise.
Well, you know, I don't I think this is consistent with what our last report was from the ad hoc to the board, these 5 issues. And I think the board is aware that the ad hoc is basically representing the position that we as an entire Board of Supervisors took. And we're kind of trying to stick to our guns as best we can. And we feel that if we can get these matters, I mean, I realize there has to be more give and take between our staff and Coastal Commission staff. This has been going on a long time, but we're not adverse to there being some more discussion. But ultimately, there is going to have to be a decision made by the Coastal Commission as to whether they want to lean toward the recommendations of staff or whether they want to respect the local body, which is us. And I'm very hopeful that when we get before the commission, they will understand that we looked at these issues very responsibly. We took an incredible amount of input from the people of the town, and that they will lean in our favor. I think there are 2 new commissioners from the North Coast. Only one?
I'm not
Is
sure
there
of
another
that.
one coming?
I think Supervisor Hamburg, it is only the one so far.
Only the one so far. But anyway, we're hoping that we will get a sympathetic hearing when we get to the Coastal Commission. But thank you for all your work, Mr. Kinzer.
Thank you, the ad hoc committee.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And the one appointment, I was going to bring it up and then totally blew it without bringing the bio and the information I had received, but I believe the name is Donnie Brownsley, and it is
Right, Brownsley.
Yeah, an individual that is a resident of Fort Bragg, and she had the bio that I read was quite impressive. Do not know her, and I believe she is 2 years. Will be going into a term with a vacant seat, and so 2 years. And then the other appointment hasn't been made as yet by the governor, and that would be
a North Coast.
an elected official from the North Coast. So that's where we are on that one.
So we can work with our North Coast reps and try to impress upon them what a good job we have done here at the Board of Supervisors.
So, and I don't know Mrs. Brownsey, how long she's been in Fort Bragg, but she may have followed it given her background, her professional career, and her interests in these areas. So.
Supervisor Jurdy, anything to add?
No, other than I know that the office in Fort Bragg has been very busy trying to get this response to the Coastal Commission. So the letter that I want to bring back, I'm hoping to bring back on March 21st. It may need to be pushed back to April, but we'll just see in terms of workload.
Thank you. One fact, and I don't know if it's worth attempting to quantify, but the county, over the time we've been working on the Mendocino Town Plan, and if you just go from the last, say, 4 years, I believe there's been a tremendous amount of resources devoted to this. It would not surprise me in the least if you added up all the related staff time and the consultant contract. We could easily have spent $250,000 or perhaps significantly more to get us to this point. And when you look at the plan, is really, I think, provides for increased protection of the character of the town of Mendocino. We're not talking about new development. Potentially some of the public agencies get some small little benefit that they can do something of benefit to the community. There's no new development being allowed that's going to have any significant impact that I can even imagine, and yet it's taken this much time and this much cost. So I'll leave it to the ad hoc to work with staff of whether there's a value in attempting to come up with a rough ballpark of what it has cost us to get to this point. and Supervisor Brown.
Well, thank you. It's somewhat unrelated, but I can't remember if we brought this up at the last meeting, but Jack Amesworth, and I think we're all familiar with him, he was the interim executive director for the Coastal Commission, has now been permanently appointed. But I wanted to add that. And he was here in Ukiah when the Coastal Commission met, and I think he'll do a really good job.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Update on the Mendocino Town Plan? Seeing no one come forward, thank you for the report, Mr. Kinzer.
Bill, 10 a.m. tomorrow?
Yes. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Do we have any indication of when Director DeShiel he's on his way? I think we probably could, do we have an ETA? Okay. So the director's report would be the next item. And maybe while we're waiting for Director DeShiel, I don't know if anyone would like to comment on any of these recent
Chief Executive's report.
Chair McCowan, I'm not sure if the board members have a hard copy in front of you, but we could do the CEO report.
Well, we do not, but if they're distributed, we could go ahead.
Okay, we'll see if, okay, you should be getting it from Sarah if you don't have it already. Anyway.
Well, I think we can probably follow along, so
okay.
We will go to the CEO's report then.
All right, thank you. It is...
Item 5F.
Thank you. It is published online, and hard copies should be available in the executive office. The first item on the CEO report was the sexual harassment prevention training. This is standard, what we do within the county system, and we had our sexual harassment prevention training in February, and that is for all county staff who supervise, and this complies with AB 1825 training mandates. And so that occurred, and we had a good turnout of our staff for the training. The next item is the work of leadership. And on March 1st, this was our expanded leadership team meeting, which we do once a quarter. We have the department head meetings. I have the department head meetings the first Wednesday of every month at 3 o'clock. The third month in that quarter, we have what we call an expanded leadership meeting, where we invite not only the department heads, but we invite their key staff and anybody who has been involved in the leadership initiative. We've reached the point now where we have approximately 180 of our employees who at one time or another have been involved in the leadership initiative, and most likely are still involved. So we've actually really increased our numbers over the last few years. So on March 1st, we had our quarterly expanded leadership meeting, and we had 75 people there, and we had it here in the boardroom, which was actually a really good turnout. 13 county departments attended. There are specific county departments that always attend, and there are some that never attend. So to have 13 of our departments was really, really good. So I won't go much into this. I see that our director has just walked in, but I will tell you that what we have done is we've formed teams for specific areas that we want to improve on. And if you recall, when we first began the leadership initiative, what we decided to do was begin to work on county policies, which is still a priority for us. And now what we've done is we've divided the work areas and have formed teams, and those are county employees on these teams to work on the specific issues. And I'll tell you, the issues are communication, economic development, performance measurement, employee engagement, operational processes, recruitment and retention, and customer service. And all of these topics were picked by the group. It was not administration that picked these topics. So clearly throughout the organization, those employees that are involved do see these areas as areas that we should be working on. So it actually was quite impressive. Moving on, to the Pacific Gas and Electric work near Tom Kai Road. I believe at this point everybody is informed as to what was happening, and I will just say that on February 28th, PG&E identified a leak on a gas transmission line near 16740 Tom Kai Road in Redwood Valley. They activated their emergency operations in order to isolate the line, identify the precise location of the leak, and support gas service to that area while repairs were being made. They isolated the line, they removed the gas from the section, they capped either side of the leak to assist with identifying the exact location. They halted their work over the weekend due to the weather. Supervisor Brown?
Supervisor Brown has a question or comment.
Well, my comment is I think that it's probably been 3 years ago, perhaps 4, we did have a leak or a reported leak. I don't think they found one in that area,
same
but
area?
I'm glad. Yeah, and they kept me updated, and I really appreciated the fact. And all residents, because of their procedures, when they are looking at a possible leak in a gas transmission line, were very thorough. So I'm really appreciative of all the work they've done on this time too.
Good to hear, good to hear. I think that we were getting emails regularly as to what was happening, what their progress was. The next item is the library update. And I won't go into this too much, but I can say that our library director and the branch managers continue to actively look for different opportunities to serve the public, and they're doing a great job. You can see in the report all the activities that the various libraries are holding for members of the public. Water agency news, I won't go into this too much. I'll make the assumption that Supervisor Brown will cover water in her supervisor report. I do want to give you the cannabis update. On March 1st, key staff from various departments involved in the regulation of cannabis met to discuss enforcement. And I'd like to say that this started back in November. We began talking about enforcement with Under Sheriff Randy Johnson. And this was the first meeting where all of the staff were at the table, where really all the departments that will be involved in cannabis enforcement and have been involved were able to discuss this, brainstorm, and what we came up with was that we need a longer meeting because enforcement is really a huge topic when you look at cannabis and you look at planning involved, ag involved, the sheriff's office, environmental health, county council. So we are planning a workshop for, we have it scheduled for about 4 hours, and the goal of that workshop is to actually come out with a flow chart. So the various departments will know what they need to do regarding enforcement and at what point something would be turned over to the sheriff's office. So we will be having that workshop later on in the month. And once we have something in draft, that will be brought to this board. So I'm actually pleased that everybody is getting together, and there definitely is an understanding of the priority around enforcement and that this has been this board's key issue. So you will have a report back when we have something. Also, this board had directed that we look at hiring a consultant around an overlay zone and also around coastal issues. And so we are working on a request for proposal now to seek a qualified consultant to assist us with developing an exemption process for cannabis cultivators requesting to operate outside of an approved zoning district. That will be the overlay district. We expect to issue that RFP by the end of this month. As far as upcoming dates, I believe that Chair McCowan did speak of this earlier today, but March 21st will be the first reading of the cultivation ordinances. March 28th is a special meeting of this board that we will be having, and that will be a workshop regarding the cannabis facilities and the business license ordinances. April 4th is the expectation that we will have the second reading of the cultivation ordinances, and April 17th will be the 9.30 and the 9.31 ordinances. So there is a lot of activity, a lot of work being done on cannabis and trying to actually get these ordinances in front of this board as quickly as we can. So you can see the various different items that will be coming forward. There is an item in my CO report around the Lake Mendocino Dam. I can leave that as well. And then this board had directed that we hire a grant writer. That was in this year's budget, and we are working on that. And I have to say that the decision was to look for a firm, an agency that does not only grant writing services, but also research. And we have no less than 3 really stellar agencies that we're currently working with, and a decision will be made shortly. We have involved the departments in this because this will be a grant writer and basically an agency that will do research and writing for the county system. So I'm pleased with the progress that's being made. I want to thank Assistant CEO Alan Flora for his efforts, and also Health and Human Services Director Tammy Moss-Chandler, and our Chief Probation Officer Pam Markham as well for being involved and willing to work on this. Animal shelter update. I'm going to leave this one alone except to say that the caravan will be visiting Laytonville on March 12th, Boonville on March 31st, and Fort Bragg, and you can see that we're trying to ramp up and get that caravan out more so. And Rich Molinari, Alan Flora, myself, and Bliss Fisher have been meeting, attempting to develop a plan to outreach to more of the veterinarians, get them more involved. We will be coming to this board sometime in the near future regarding this effort, and we will come to this board during the budget process because it may be that we may be looking at adding some dollars to get that caravan out regularly. Peg, I think that...
Before we leave that, I just want to note that there have been one formal editorial and other comments by the editorial voice of a different newspaper, both very complimentary to Mr. Molinari and staff and the job that they're doing at the animal shelter. I know not everyone is 100% pleased, but it seems like we continue to make steady progress in building confidence in the job that we're doing at the shelter, so that's very much to the credit of Mr. Molinari and staff.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair McCowan, and I concur with that. I think that Rich Molinari is doing a great job, and just seeing over the past year the changes in that shelter, it's phenomenal. So thank you for that, and we'll make sure that he knows that. Regarding PEG, the Executive Office has been experiencing issues for the past several years with the stability of the PEG service provider in the Ukiah area, and this has led the Executive Office to consider other options regarding public access or public education TV and dealing with Mendocino Access Television. I just basically say in this next paragraph all of the actions that have taken, and we'll let this board know. We'll keep you informed as to the progress of what's occurred and what will happen here in the future.
And I will say that Supervisor Jurdy and I have been meeting with staff. We've been meeting with some members of the public. We're going to have a bit more of each of those, and then we are tentatively hoping to come back to the board on March 21st with a recommendation.
Good. You know, if you look at over the past year what has occurred, I believe that over the past year we have provided better services to the public regarding our board meetings, and the public having access to our board meetings and quicker access to our board meetings, and I think that just speaks for itself.
And of course, we do need to remember too that there is a PEG presence in Willits and in Fort Bragg, which the county does provide assistance to.
That's
and
right.
So the recommendation will be comprehensive as to how we're going to use the county PEG funds.
Good, thank you.
And of course, it'll be up to the board for full discussion, and we'll see where that discussion goes.
And the last page just speaks to the upcoming board meetings, and we've talked a little bit about that, and board and commission vacancies. And that is my report for today, unless there are any additional questions.
Any further questions to the CEO report? Seeing none, and we do have Director DeShiel present, we will go first to item 5C, the Director's Report. And I think before we start, it's appropriate to acknowledge the fantastic job that you and your crews have done during the recent storm events, and other related county departments that have been involved. And board members, I would invite you to offer your own comments. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Howard, I just want to thank you and Mr. W.T. Johnson for the amazing work they did getting Peachland Road back open so quickly. And I know you had really good cooperation from the residents of the road, but it seemed like it was a pretty heroic effort in a really bad situation. And of course, I'm eagerly awaiting the installation of the Bailey Bridge on Ore Springs Road. I understand that weather conditions have not been ideal and that you had to wait for the earth to stop moving before trying to anchor to it. But I was very glad to hear that you anticipate that being installed either by the end of this week or the beginning of next week. So thank you very much. It's obviously been a major inconvenience to people living on the road there, but I appreciate what you're doing to try to get that in place as soon as possible.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I also want to congratulate Department of Transportation and the hero jobs they've been doing with all the recent storms and the damage that has taken place. It's just unbelievable, and they're out there constantly. So I hope you take that back to staff. I even hear it from constituents, and it was pretty amazing to me because I think they've been going 24 hours 7, and I thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy, any comments?
No, I mean, actually, most of the major damage has not been in my district, but I've certainly heard from people who live on Ore Springs Road about the the closure there, and there's been damage also on Caltrans state highways too. So the mudslides are everywhere.
Yeah.
So good morning, Mr. Chair, lady and gentlemen of the board. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. I do want to thank you for those comments. I'll obviously take them back to the crews, which are really the ones doing the work. But let me just, being we're on it, about who's doing what. As you know, we had a declared disaster in the first part of December 2015. We had a month's early start on wet weather in October. The road crews were basically a month ahead on all the problems we usually get later in the year. Volunteers have been volunteering, I'd say about half the available staff, and we have 20 unfilled positions. Those positions are largely unfilled because we can't recruit and retain. But we've had volunteers to work Saturdays to try to keep up with patching potholes since December. You also have a road crew that volunteered for the freezing weather we had in December, and then some more happened to split shifts and cover 16 hours in a day. So, I just can't say enough about what those folks have done when they have 20 unfilled positions on top of that. The other thing that everyone doesn't maybe realize behind the scenes, the whole thing with Ore Springs Road and getting that open is the fact that we do have these declared disasters, which gives us an opportunity for recovery. But if we don't do things correctly in working with those agencies, then we could spoil our chance for reimbursement. So there have been people working on getting environmental clearances with Caltrans through the Federal Highways program. My report, I did say I thought the emergency contract would be $30,000 on that. It's grown to closer to $85,000. We project now putting that bridge in is probably going to be $15,000, $20,000, and if you can be reimbursed 88.53% of that somewhere down the road, that's a huge deal. The other thing that you don't know that's going on, Peachland isn't really open. Peachland's only open for small vehicles. You can't get a large vehicle through there. You can't get a fire truck through there. Those are all concerns. We've got a designer working on a plan that as soon as we can advance it with the agencies and properly clear it to try to expedite a more permanent repair. So those are the in the office people that have been trying to meet all those challenges while the outside of the office people have been doing what you can physically see. So I want to give them some acknowledgement because that's the part that you don't see, what has to be done to try to line ourselves up for following the correct procedures and not being ineligible or being determined ineligible later on for reimbursement. So recovery almost starts right as we do emergency response. That said, you know, you have my list of the roads that were closed, open, one lane. All of you know that now when we get any significant amount of rain with the ground so saturated that we continue to get these small slides, and the department responds to those as soon as we can. But there are some chronic, you know, problems that are really on this list that will end up being addressed. Right now, my count is about 28 sites that are going to require some kind of a permanent repair effort in response. And while that's important and serious, I go back to 2005-06 where we had 102 sites that required that. So we're better than we were then, but there is a lot out there to do. I guess that's all I really have on storm damage. And if there's any other questions.
Has a comment, and then Supervisor Jurdy.
And thank you so much. I finally got time on the last leg of Powerhouse, the bridge between, I'm sure you're aware of, between Polly's and Thornton's, to stop and take a look at actually what happened, and seeing that slide with the big stump going down and taking out a piece of the road and right next to the bridge was really concerned to me, but crews were there doing a job on it. And I don't want the opportunity to pass without also publicly thanking your colleagues with Caltrans and the work that they have done during all these storms. I see it because I drive Highway 20 and Highway 101 all the time, but this has been a rough winter, but not an uncommon one, although we've seen all these years on and off of drought in the last decade. But the rain that we've had this season reminds me a lot about growing up here as a child, and that was winters that actually occurred. So, and
historically it has rained during the winter.
And I also want to compliment Caltrans, and I need a contact because we finally got the stop sign, Talmadge Road and Old River Road, Sanford Ranch Road, and I have received a ton of phone calls, and you just have not had the opportunity to ask you for the person and the address to send my thank you letter.
Well, it would be Mr. Hill, who was here, I think, a couple meetings back when we met. And in fact, he had been working on that because he thought that he might be asked about it. But yes, he's been on that about 3 years. So I can send you his contact. It's the same address I think I gave the board before, but it was Darren Hill. So traffic operations.
Thank you.
I'll work on getting you that address.
Because everybody is complimentary. I have had no complaints.
Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I wanted to sort of repeat a conversation we had after the MCOG meeting yesterday, just for the benefit of the public. So because of all the saturation in the ground, there's been an increasing number of potholes, and I almost, I'm hesitant to forward these complaints about the potholes, but I do anyway to Kent Stanley over at the department, because I know how busy the department is working on slides and storm damage. But for the benefit of the public who they're experiencing more potholes and bigger potholes than in the past because of the saturation. What's sort of the department's strategy once we get through the storm damage to deal with the potholes?
Well, we would just apply the crews. I'm trying to think, and I think I brought it in. I guess I didn't. A couple meetings back, it must have been before the February 14th, a report. You know, I sort of published for the board, maybe it was the end of January. You know, our strategy is to try to go through an area systematically and patch, obviously, the most traveled roads first, and to not try to hopscotch around just based on calls. And there's just an efficiency in doing it that way. And that's our strategy, and the strategy will be, obviously, like I said, the crews have volunteered all through December and January and even into February to work parts of their Saturdays to try to get caught up. You know, we haven't required anyone to do that, but I'd say we get about half the available staff out doing that. And, you know, we will just continue to patch, and as things get dry, do a better patch, what I call a better Band-Aid. It's still a Band-Aid, but a better Band-Aid than the cold mix that we do during the winter.
Thank you, and I think you had some more comments on your report.
On this report?
Or something to add to it before we went to the questions. Seemed like you were about to mention something.
You know, it slipped my mind if I was. I mentioned the part about how the Bailey Bridge would probably go up from 30,000, the emergency contract, to 85. That would be the only thing, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then presumably all of the statements of whether things are opened or closed, those are still current?
They are, and yes.
And of course, anyone driving those roads readily knows the condition. So, any other questions? Any public comment to the Department of Transportation Director's report? Seeing none, we will accept the report and thank you. And we will now go to item 5D, which is a discussion and possible action regarding Mendocino County Code Section 15.20, encroachment upon county highways and possible encroachment permit policy considerations. Director of Transportation is the sponsor, although the item is coming forward at the request of the board. Director DeShiel.
Well, I've again written a fairly lengthy background. When this question came up, staff tried to get some information. You know, I'd say for the last month, we've known that there was a desire to address this, so we tried to interview a selection of the people that we permit, get their feelings on it. That's pretty well described here in the writings. We also did a cursory, you know, audit of what some other jurisdictions are doing in the area. And I think, you know, to sum it all up and not spend a lot of time on it, kind of at the end of my narrative, you know, I've got some suggestions that we could consider as we move forward. And I guess my last paragraph, I'll just read it, is sort of how I'd sum it up. It may be reasonable and necessary to require insurance in order to protect the county from liability. However, due to the short amount of time MDOT staff had to research the item, I highly encourage the county to do the necessary in-depth research to ensure we're operating within our legal limits, and also consider the liability ramifications of insurance requirements for already existing utilities and facilities that continue to occupy the public right-of-way, as this that, you know, might imply county liability or responsibility. I guess my bottom line on this is the companies that are in the public right-of-way, a lot of them have been there a long time, And while the encroachment permit system gives the county a means to make sure that the county's property, the road itself, is protected and that traffic operations are maintained, we've pretty much seen the utilities as equal responsible agencies to maintain their system. Are obviously the same public that needs the road to, drive to and from their house needs the road to get sewer, water, electric, telephone service. So I think it's something that would be a good idea for us to do, talking to those very regulated folks and work out a strategy that makes sense for everybody.
Thank you. I think your comments referring to the number of questions that that ought to be resolved before the county would give any particular direction tend to argue in favor of referring this to one of our standing committees, so there'd be an opportunity for all sides to come forward and be heard, and county council to review the issues, some of which you've raised here.
That seems reasonable to me.
Supervisor Hamburg?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would support that direction. When I read this staff report, I was a little bit surprised not to see county council having been consulted on it, since this is a matter of the county incurring liability for accidents that may occur when encroachment is occurring. And the other part of our county staff that I thought should be involved in this was probably risk management, because these are situations that potentially could put the county in grave risk. We can all imagine the kind of accidents that can happen when there's encroachment in the public right of way. I'm not sure that these three considerations that are noted in our staff report, I may agree with those. I'm not sure that I agree with those. I'm not a risk management expert, but I don't understand why the county would not want to be named as an additional insured. I definitely would want to see proof of insurance, but it seems to me we would want to be an additional insured. I'm also not sure that only requiring insurance for work within the traveled right-of-way or the traveled way is adequate, because there's a lot of work that's done adjacent to the traveled way that could involve risk to the county, liability to the county. So I would like to have this looked at further, because I look at I look at what's required by the city of Ukiah. I look at what's required by by the REMIF, the cities that are under the REMIF program, and I look at what Caltrans requires, which is everything but the kitchen sink in terms of proof of insurance and holding the holding that agency harmless. I just don't feel very protected. I don't think the county is adequately protected. So I would like to see this pursued.
And just for the benefit of the public who may not know, REMIF is the Redwood Empire Municipal Insurance Fund, and I believe it's 17 cities that have kind of formed a pool to provide insurance services to those municipalities. Supervisor Brown.
I just wanted to ask a definition when we talk about exemption for utilities and public agencies. We're looking at our local water districts as well.
I'm not sure. Could be. I just think it's something that you need to look at, because we've got a mixed bag of responses. We had some of the larger public agencies say they're not requested to do insurance, and then we understand they're self-insured, and because that's understood, the agencies issue a waiver. We barely looked at this. We haven't had a lot of time to research it.
But it says exemption for utilities and public agencies, but and I know that water districts do use our bridges and sometimes have to get an encroachment permit when they're doing work, whether it's a broken pipe or putting in new piping. So I was just asking for that definition.
Yeah. I think it'll come down to, and I think it's wise to have legal minds look at it, because obviously I'm not, whether my approach has always been that the public utilities who operate in the public right-of-way own their facilities, are responsible for their facilities, and are regulated by the Public Utility Commission law. There's a lot of law. There's a whole host of law that governs what they do. And that the encroachment permit, the way I understood it in streets and highways, was to simply give the agency a say in their activities that affect the traffic operations and restoring our property, which is the road. So they're not, in my mind, acting as our agents. They have their facilities there out of their own rights in the public right of ways. So I just think that's a question beyond me, way above my pay grade, to decide what we're really protecting and, what we're not.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I'd like us, when the committee looks at this, to think, and I don't even know what committee it's going to go to, but to think of perhaps unintended consequences of the policy. For example, the encroachment policy that REMIF has established for the member cities. At some point, they changed the insurance policy to be held by the contractor doing the work from $1 million to $2 million. And where this became an impact in Fort Bragg was that apparently very few insurance companies will sell $2 million policies, so they're like more than double the cost of a $1 million policy. And so where this became an issue was contractors who were painting contractors who are painting facades of buildings that come right up on the sidewalk. And here I'm thinking this could potentially affect Mendocino, maybe Hopland, a couple other towns in Mendocino, maybe Boonville, where the buildings come right up to the sidewalk. And if that was a county policy, it becomes infeasible basically for a painting contractor who may only know they have one bid that they've won to go out and buy the $2 million insurance if we established a $2 million threshold for painting jobs, because it doesn't really pencil out for them just for one facade to paint to get that kind of insurance. So I'm just putting it out there. I think it's a good idea to require the insurance and other hold harmless, whatever you want to call it, for the county, but to think of how this might actually play out on some smaller projects, like say just people wanting to paint the facade on their downtown building.
Well, what I was going to do, and we did it just real briefly with just a few of our permit holders, is when this first came out, just approach them. What if the county required you to have insurance? And of course, the first reaction was, well, that's never been required before. What's the deal? And then the next reaction was, if it costs us more, the county can pay for it. And then the next reaction was, we have a right to be here. We've had this right long standing. So I think what we should do is work with the people we're permitting, because most of them have insurance, and just see what they have, and then see what the county can live with, and see if it costs them more, because that's the first thing they're going to ask. They don't want to have to do something that increases their cost. So I just think we should survey all our permittees and see what they already have, and then that's how I think we should do it. But if you're referring to this committee, those kinds of things can be done.
Supervisor Brown.
And I know we haven't had public comment yet, but I do want to put out there, I do support what Supervisor Hamburg has said, and also a survey might be a good thing of what you're recommending, but I do believe County Council, along with risk management, we need to take a step back and put this through a bigger process, I think, before we bring it back for total consideration. It's my opinion.
And I'll add, I agree also with Supervisor Hamburg's comments and also his concerns about some of the bullet points, and all of these issues really need to be looked at further, and, as you have suggested, and get the legal input and the risk input. The goal, we want to allow people to be able to do business in the county, including within the public right-of-way, but we want to do what we reasonably can to protect the county itself from liability as well. So We will go to public comment on this item. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward.
Good morning again. Doran Lee Howard, North Coast Builders Exchange. We've been looking at this for some time, not only here, but the Builders Exchange has been working with the city of Ukiah now for over 5 years, and the REMIF group, and we've seen some horrendous things that have happened there in accidents. The city of Fort Bragg, not that it was a contractor, but the public agency themselves got into a major issue with, and a major loss on the thing. I have to come back to the point that we're looking at public safety here and protecting the public in what we do. And I think that what your suggestion is today is good. I just hope it doesn't take 6, 10, 12 months to do it. I've been to the Department of Public Works in the last couple days, yesterday. Spent a lot of time out there going through a bunch of permits. I found the entire process, in my opinion, is questionable. Questionable. The report that is before you today, I don't think you come anywhere near Caltrans requirements. It just isn't there. I found permits with no signatures on them. Who's the responsible party? You know, who really is the responsible party here? The county has deep pockets. I don't know how much money you have, but I'm sure that a good attorney will like to find out and keep our county council busy. But your suggestion is doable. I just hope that you expedite it as much as you can. This isn't brain surgery. I have a metrics that we've done with REMIF. There was some real question whether everybody in REMIF should be at $2 million. Some of the cities in REMIF automatically adopted that. We've worked with the city of Ukiah to identify jobs that probably don't require that. Only $1 million will be required. Any contractor that is working for the county of Mendocino already has $2 million. And they have additional insured requirements in all your contracts. So we're not reinventing the wheel. And as for public agencies, they're not exempt from the permit process. They're not exempt from reporting to the thing. Yes, they have some rights to have their stuff out there, but the county also has the right to say where, how, and when it gets done. So again, I won't waste any more time. We look forward to working with you in the future, and please keep us in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wishing to address the board on this item? See no one come forward, and I do agree with really all the comments and concerns that have been raised. They don't all dovetail perfectly with each other, but they're all issues that I think need to be explored and resolved. Supervisor Jurdy's point as to kind of the one-size-fits-all and the unintended consequences of that. I think Mr. Howard suggested there's a way to address that and have insurance requirements scaled if they are going to be required. Unless there is any objection, I would refer this to the Public Health, Safety, and Resources Standing Committee and authorize Chair Hamburg to work with staff to bring the item forward in a timely manner.
Sounds good to me.
And I was just about ready to make that recommendation to a standing committee, so there is a timeline and it keeps moving forward, and standing committee will make that happen.
Mm-hmm. And I see Supervisor Jurdy nodding assent, so without objection, that's the direction, and it will be, of course, a public process before the standing committee. I believe now we are going to take a 10-minute break, or about an 8-minute break, until 10 of.
Thank you.
So we are reconvening. Agenda item number 5E, presentation of fiscal year 2016-17 second quarter mid-year budget report and adoption of resolution amending the fiscal year 2016-17 adopted budget. Executive Office is the sponsor, and I don't know if CEO has any opening remarks before we...
Thank you, Chair McCowan. My only comment is, again, the great work of the departments, the auditor, my office, as far as moving forward and gathering the information to be able to bring you the mid-year report. I do say it gives me a little cellular memory as to the times when we had a larger deficit than a reserve or a fund balance. And if you look at the numbers, you know, the projections are showing a lower fund balance at the end of the year than what we've projected in the past at this time. That could be a developing trend, and certainly over the next 3 to 5 years, we have some expenses coming that we need to be prepared for. If any time to have a fund balance, it would be this year and going forward. We do have a couple departments with some deficits. We are concerned about that. We will be working with those departments. And I think at this point, that's really all I have to say. I do have a little concern this year, more so than I've had the last couple years. And I think that as we get through the mid-year, and you'll see starting later in this month, we'll be working on budget development for the next fiscal year. And I think we have to really move forward cautiously with what our ongoing and additional expenses will be. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to Assistant CEO Alan Flora. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair McCowan, members of the board. So I'm actually now going to turn it over to Deputy CEO Joe Martin, who will start the initial portion of the presentation.
Good morning, Chair McCowan, Supervisors, CEO, County Council, Jill Martin, Deputy CEO, here with Lloyd Weir, Auditor Controller, and Alan Flora, Assistant CEO, presenting to you the fiscal year 2016-17 mid-year report. Can you hear me okay? Talking, okay. Today's presentation includes a review of the BOS, the Board of Supervisors' goals and priorities, legislative updates, economic outlook, discretionary revenue, review of Budget Unit 1000, Department second quarter reports, labor update, recommended second quarter adjustments, and wrap-up. In preparation of this report, we adhered to your board's development guidelines. Maintain current levels of service, invest in county infrastructure, focus on financial sustainability, and identify cost savings whenever possible. And your board's goals. Fiscal stability, one-time revenue will not be used for ongoing expenses. Financial sustainability, debt mitigation and elimination, maintain reserve policy, organizational development. Investing in the organization's future through the leadership initiative, succession planning, and recruitment and retention practices. Identify and measure departmental performance metrics, including the balancing of location-based provision county services. And your budget priorities: investment in roads, economic and business development, broadband, permit fee waiver program, support new housing development, grant writer program, support for emergency services, homeless issues, support community partners. And at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to Sarah Duquette for a legislative update.
Good morning, Chair McCowan, Board of Supervisors. Start off with an overview of the state budget.
Name for the record, please.
Oh, Sarah Duquette, Executive Office. To start off with the state budget, the governor again stressed prudence and caution due to reduction in revenues at his January 10th press conference when he released the budget. This year's state budget is projected to be $122 billion, which is 0.02% decrease from last January's. This decrease really ties into the up and downs of a lot of our income tax, capital gains, sales tax, an impending sluggish economy, and a lot of unknowns from the new administration in DC and what kind of cuts could come to programs that are funded by the federal government. For fiscal outlook, the Department of Finance reported revenues below forecast for 2016-17 budget, with income, sales, and corporation taxes slowing down. The proposed budget seeks to cover what would be a $1.6 billion deficit in the current budget and $1 to $2 billion annually. Revenue is still expected to grow by 3% for the 2017-18 budget cycle, but it's not adequate to cover our current spending levels. In terms of growth, it's expected that sales tax will be about $25.2 billion this year, and state property tax will be 5.3% increase in 2017-18. Moving on to Health and Human Services, as many of you know, in the budget, the governor is dismantling the county in-home support services maintenance of effort. This could have a large effect on counties. The County Welfare Directors Association believes that this could cost counties $625 million in increased costs. So that's something we're monitoring really closely, and we'll continue to advocate with RCRC and CSAC, because that could be a very big hit to counties. In terms of the Affordable Care Act, the governor is still budgeting for the ACA, but we are very aware that many changes could come in that area this year from the federal government. So we could possibly see a revision in May if Congress takes action on the Affordable Care Act. In November of 2016, the voters passed Proposition 56, which increased the tobacco tax. So that takes effect April 1st, and it increased by $2 from 87 cents to $2.87 per pack of 20 cigarettes. And that tax now also is applicable to electronic cigarettes. Moving on to transportation, he did increase his administrative transportation proposal slightly, so it's at $4.3 billion. This is a starting point, but it's not sufficient to really cover the maintenance and our crumbling infrastructure. But he is very committed to securing a funding solution. On today's consent agenda, you approved a letter for SB1 and AB1 from Senator Beal and Assemblyman Frazier, and that's their transportation package, which is a much larger number, and we're going to continue to work with the Department of Transportation to advocate and really hope that this is the year a transportation package gets passed. Moving on to agriculture, environment, and natural resources. Even though we've had a really lucky year for water and we've had a lot of rain, there's still areas of the state suffering from a drought. So he continues to fund that at $178.7 million for drought resources. For water, he included $15 million to the Department of Water Resources for SGMA, for technical assistance, which we're very happy to see since we utilized that last year and could potentially need to utilize that funds again if we get more basins. He also included $2.3 million for the State Water Board for reporting and enforcement requirements. So SGMA requires counties and the water agencies within it to form a GSA. If that doesn't happen, the State Water Board comes in and there's enforcement measures. So he's funded that department to move forward once that deadline comes up for next fiscal year. For cannabis, he included $52.2 million for the regulation of cannabis for 2017-18. The state is projected to begin permitting January 1st, 2018 for recreation and medical. That's supposed to be funded by fees. Obviously, they can't have fee collection until the program's ready to go. So the general fund loaned the money to the Marijuana Control Fund, and they're expecting that money to be paid back in 2018-19. Depending on when they really launch, we could see that maybe move another fiscal year. On the federal side, we did receive a payment in lieu of taxes payment in 2016 of $603,421. Last year's budget cycle was a lot like it has in the past couple of years, continuing resolutions and kind of trying to maintain funding. With it being an election year, there wasn't much movement, but now that we have a new administration, there are a number of unknowns in the upcoming budget cycle and possible changes to federal funding and cuts to programs under the Trump administration. In addition, the states introduced some legislation that could, in a response to some of the immigration policy that's come out from the administration, depending if that goes forward and the stance that California takes on immigration, we could also see some decrease in revenue from the administration if they move forward on that. Just to give you an idea of how much money comes in from the federal government, in 2015, the state received $368 billion, and counties received $11 billion in federal funds. So with this new administration and possible cuts or actions taken against California for their specific stances, we could see a decline in some of the programs that receive that money. And so the budget team, as well as myself, will be continuing to monitoring that and working with our association so we can prepare for any fiscal changes from the federal government. And so in conclusion, we'll continue our advocacy efforts and monitoring the state and federal budget process and report back to the board with significant actions over the next year.
Supervisor Brown, how's a question?
Thank you, Chair McCowan. And I want to ask IHSS. We have received several requests from both CSAC and RCRC about the impacts of the county. And so I send it to our assistant CEOs so it can go to whatever proper accounting officials in the rest of the department. So I'm hoping we're responding to that. And I would very much like to be informed, going to CSAC and RCRC, so I'm very familiar with that. So I hope that's going on.
Yeah, Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, kind of staying on Supervisor Brown's mention of our state associations, I know of at least two counties, San Francisco County and Sonoma County, who have been pushing back on this idea that the federal government would withhold money from sanctuary cities and counties. And we haven't done that, but are our state associations doing anything in that regard? Are they pushing back against those threats from the Trump administration?
We haven't had a CSAC
meeting
board
since?
of directors meet. Well, we did. But neither Supervisor Jurdy or I could attend that particular one because we had other important county business. Yeah. Don't know what the Rural Counties Association be talking about, but I do have a board meeting next week and can report back to you. But I would like to have a response to my question about funding for IHSS.
Oh, sure.
So, Supervisor Brown, yeah, I wanted to provide a little bit more information to the board on that as part of the economic outlook here. But so there was a call the CSAC Executive Director Matt Cate had yesterday with the county CAOs and some other folks in the industry. And there's actually been some promising movement. It sounds like the legislature has put together a proposal that hasn't been released publicly yet, but would pull back what the governor's tried to do after this next year so that the MOE would continue to be supported by the state, and the counties would be responsible for this initial first year hit. And so they're working really hard at trying to figure all this out, and we haven't seen all the final numbers. They've been struggling with getting everyone's information and making sure everyone's looking at it in a consistent manner. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jill, but I think they're expecting to be sending out some updated numbers from all counties in the next couple of days. So we'll certainly get that to all of you as soon as we receive it.
The financial impact to all counties it will be huge.
Over $600 million statewide, and just in the first year. And so what they're proposing now is to leave that intact for the first year, provide some opportunities to help support counties through some type of loan program or something, it sounds like, but then state support would kick back in for future increases. So we'll see how it plays out, but that's a proposal that's in the legislature right now.
And it kind of reminds me of the years of struggle, tug of war, I think is probably a better word, on subvention funding for the Williamson Act. And we just have to keep on this, because all of a sudden we will have such a financial hit, and Mendocino County can't take that much of a hit. I mean, it's huge. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you, supervisors, for highlighting those concerns. And on the sanctuary issue, I really hope the state doesn't take an action that's going to impact us negatively. Local jurisdictions, I think, are all free to do what they wish, but I believe the dollar figure you cited is $50 million to Mendocino County from federal sources.
Yes, correct.
So obviously, the county can't afford to take a $50 million hit and still provide the level of services that people expect. I don't object to our state associations doing what they can to resist that type of eventuality, but I also don't appreciate the legislature inserting us into that dynamic when we otherwise wouldn't be there. And I think public comments from Sheriff Allman, and I know from the police chiefs of Ukiah and Fort Bragg, and I doubt that Willits is any different. We don't need a declaration of sanctuary cities and counties. We have policies in place that respect the rights of everyone, regardless of their immigration status. I don't see that changing. So anyway, just kind of general comments there, and anything you'd like to add?
There have been a number of requests to the author De Leon to make amendments. So I would expect to see some language change from that bill. It's pretty broad, especially there's been some comments to allow local law enforcement to work with the federal government for criminals, because right now that bill would protect everyone from reporting. So there's been some requests to allow them to continue work for people that really, for violent criminals and things like that. So I see this bill probably changing a couple of times, and we'll continue to monitor that situation, especially if it ends up being adopted by the legislature, and try to figure out what that means if the federal government believes that we would be labeled a sanctuary state. So a lot of unknowns for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so along the sort of that same theme, before we talk about local economic outlook, so Sarah had mentioned the federal revenue. What's budgeted in this year's budget for the county is just over $50 million, about 19% of the county's revenue. So it is a significant piece of that. And then I'm sure, we're not sure how the Trump administration may react. And of course, most of that funding, over half of it, is public assistance payments that are provided through HHSA. But I believe the Republicans released their sort of Affordable Care Act replacement yesterday, and so there's a little information coming out on that. But right now we don't have a lot of information that we can use to see how any of this stuff might impact us locally right now. So consistent with reports we've given to your board at these quarterly updates, we wanted to provide a quick look at the unemployment rate trends, our residential property values, as they impact our largest discretionary revenue source, and then our other significant discretionary revenue sources, so you can get a feel where we are at this point in the year. Unemployment rate continues to stay relatively low. We had been outperforming and still slightly outperforming the state of California as a whole, but this is low as it's been in quite a long time. We expect it to stay in this area into the near future. We've pulled back any sort of reporting of unemployment claims and labor force participation we provided in previous reports, because we see those as being relatively stable, and we have a solid labor force working out there. And so if there is any information that you would like about that, we could certainly provide it to you. Residential property values continue to see growth. You can see the number where we are. I believe these are January's numbers. 366,300 is almost 8% increase over the year prior. So we're continuing to see some increases across the board there. This is really largely driven by properties along the coast, which are almost double the rest of the county when you look at property values. Translating that into
Supervisor Jordy asked a question.
If you go back to that chart, so in the report that I read online before today, I thought you got that information from Zillow in terms of sale prices, but I guess, or I wasn't clear, was it sale prices or is it the value of all houses in Mendocino County, which would be houses that are not necessarily sold this year?
Yeah, so this isn't just the sale prices. I believe the median sale price is in there. So what we've been providing to you here through Zillow is, I believe it's called the Zillow Home Index. So it's kind of a combination of all those factors that they use, which is supposed to provide a more consistent look at the residential property market.
And so just to follow up on this, so this figure may not track exactly, I assume, with the assessor, with the assessment rolls, because they may be going up at a faster rate or a slower rate depending on the number of sales?
Correct. That's correct, yes.
Okay.
So taking a look at our discretionary revenue, so this is numbers directly pulled from Budget Unit 1000, which our auditor controller will talk in a little more detail about here in just a couple of minutes, but wanted to provide this historical look. And of course you see the two lines here because of the importance of the Prop 172 shift that your board worked into this current year's budget, and taking that revenue out of Prop 170 or out of Budget Unit 1000 it changes the a number of budget units, and this one it looks like there's a significant drop in discretionary revenue, which in fact we're looking at a slight increase overall. And then of course the spike that you see in 14-15 is explained in further detail in your report, but that's really just the result of the one-time payments that the state made to us for our pre-2004 mandate debt. So overall, looking at slight increases in discretionary revenue, the numbers that you see here are a little bit over what was originally budgeted, and I believe the auditor will address that later. And so our largest source, as your board knows, is secured property tax. Again, looking at growth, it's not extremely significant. We're looking, I think, the last couple of years, 1.5 to maybe slightly over 2% growth in this. But obviously the real estate market is still what we consider healthy and is driving our secured property tax revenue up slightly. Sales tax revenue, again, your board is aware of this, but projecting a decline from last year, and this is a result of a couple things. One is the wind down of the triple flip, which is finally behind us, and the other is a loss of value from fuel taxes, which does factor in partially to our 1% share. The unincorporated area relies pretty heavily on the transportation sector for our sales tax revenue. So we are still anticipating a decline, although the projections from the auditor's office are showing a little increase in this area from what we had originally budgeted, which is good. And looking at our most recent sales tax reports, we have seen, which I'll show you here, the trends on California fuel prices. So we are seeing those tick up a little bit, which is helping us gain some of that back. But really, consumer spending has remained pretty strong, and so other sectors that we receive sales tax from have been kind of filling that gap in the decline that we had been expecting. So a little bit of good news there. So our outlook is that there may be some increases. I've just seen some increases in other areas more than I think I've seen here in Mendocino County recently. So we do expect that to continue climbing some, but not in a significant way anytime soon. And then we're still looking to be on track at this point with our TOT revenue, which was a slight decline, budgeted over 15-16, which is a result of some one-time collection efforts and back payments that were a project that was taken up by the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. And so they're continuing those efforts. They're still hopeful that more collection efforts will result in some additional revenue, and this is related to short-term rental properties. But at this point, it looks like our budget numbers are on track. So with that,
Mr. Chairman, just
yes,
one.
Supervisor Hamburg.
You know, that was a sentence I noted in this report. I didn't understand why the collection efforts. I mean, they spiked a little bit because we started doing collection efforts, and now it's.
Yeah,
so it seemed to me it would keep going up as we capture more of that revenue.
So there were a couple of hundred properties that were identified by the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office in their sort of
they were
enforcement
in arrears,
efforts.
and we were able to collect money that was owed to the county.
Off the top of my head, I think it was roughly 100,000 of what they expect to be ongoing revenue as a result of that effort, and about 200,000 was sort of the back payment or the arrears that
so
they
we were able to
pull in.
collect some back payment.
Yes,
from people.
So that's why you see that spike.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, good morning, Chair McAllen, board members, Lloyd Weir, Auditor Controller. I'm going to briefly summarize the Budget Unit 1000 revenues for you today in the spreadsheet that's in front of you here. I have now provided a column on the far right for my projection for the June 30th balance. I have analyzed each individual line in the budget to do my projection. And if you notice down on the far right bottom that we're going to project $59,825,949. This is about a little over $1 million increase over the budgeted amount that we have. And I'll go over the main sources of that in a minute. I also wanted to draw your attention that this is the first year that we are not including the Prop 172 revenues in this budget unit. As you know, those are now appearing in each of the public safety budget units, and the revenues are being realized directly into those budget units. So it's about, if you need to know, about a $7 million change, a little over $7 million, that came out of this budget and is now appearing in the public safety budgets. So even after that, we are projecting about $1 million to increase at June 30th.
If I may, if you were to add the approximate $7 million from Prop 172 back into this budget unit, it would be right in line with where it has been historically.
Correct. That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. The two major areas where I want to draw attention to you is the first row, our current secured property tax. This again, as in the case in the most recent years, is trending up. It's a little under 1% increase over the budget right now, and I'm going to increase the projection by $224,000 to $31,750, and this is due to our again our assessed value being slowly on the uptick, and nothing major, just very level but moving ever so lightly up. And so I can at this point increase that by $224,000. The next one, it would be the sales and use tax, and Alan has already explained to you that we were anticipating a decline in this based on the fuel prices in the transportation area. And we now can say happily that we have realized some actual increases in that area from last year at this time when we prepared the budget. So happily I can project at this point another $650,000 increase in our sales tax for year end, and that would bring it up to $4,750,000. So basically those two are the major reason that I'm able to project an increase in this budget unit, and we have some others down towards the bottom. You'll see the interest is performing a little better than this time last year when the budget was prepared, so we can look for an increase in our interest income. Not very much, just a minor amount. And same with our federal land in lieu, those are running. You can see we've actually received $630,000 already to date, so I'm going to project that at $650,000, which represents about $100,000 increase over our last year's projections. So those are the major lines that are showing an increase, and everything else seems to be on track and not showing any of the individual lines coming in over budget at this point. We should be on target with all the other lines. So I'll take any questions you may have at this point.
Are there any questions currently? Please proceed.
Okay, so with that, Deputy CEO Martin will give us just a quick overview. She's put together a list of reports from departments that may have some information that the board should be aware of. So.
Okay. Actually, the budget units that I'm going to touch on are the ones that are projected to be over budget. So the first one is Treasurer Tax Collector, and that's page 13 of your report. That's budget unit 1130. They're projecting to be $2,071 over budget due to a slight increase in salary and benefits, which is overtime, offset by decreased supplies and increased revenue. Any questions? I'll just move on.
Well, I guess I might say, we do have the reports online. Some of these, I mean, if they're at or near budget, I'm not sure we need to spend the detail on them. So maybe we could just go through and hit the highlights, so to speak.
Okay, so not all
Is
the...
that acceptable, board members?
We're happy just to address questions about any of them that you may have as well.
Well, I think you could maybe, kind of zero in on ones that are up or down by at least 50,000 or so.
Okay. So that would put us with facilities, page 14, budget unit 1610. And we're projecting that to be $67,539 over budget. That's due to emergency repairs, but we are working closely with staff to mitigate this overage at year end. Any questions on that?
Please proceed.
Okay. That takes me to the Sheriff Coroner, page number 18, budget unit 2310.
Well, excuse me, I did say that are up or down because we have some departments significantly under budget and some of those that might be worthy of some brief mention.
Okay, sorry, I only had my over budget ones noted.
Oh.
Okay. Was there one in particular that you wanted
Well,
us
maybe
to
I'll just
address?
quickly breeze through a few
Okay.
of them. So the clerk of the board, 149,000 under budget, largely from salary savings. Just trying to look for the ones that are significant. Well, yeah, county council projected to be 28,000 over due to slightly lower revenues from non-general fund departments. Human resources, 68,000 under, due to salary savings and decreased services and supplies. Facilities, I think you mentioned that one, 67,000 over because of the emergency projects. I'm just kind of zeroing in on generally 50,000 or so. Miscellaneous, 52,000 under due to decrease in management training claims. Information services, 161,000 under due to salary savings. Court collections, 47,000 over due to lower than anticipated revenue due to the amnesty program and a backlog in misdemeanor and felony cases being referred to collections. And I think with that, and please, board members, if you have any additional questions, feel free to jump in. But I think the court collections, we found that this isn't an issue of they're over budget per se, but less revenue is being collected than was projected.
Correct. That's correct.
So it's not reflecting on the work they're doing just for a variety of reasons. The revenue is subject to a lot of fluctuation. District attorney at budget, and we do have the district attorney here. He gave us a double thumbs up. We hope to hear from him later. And I think that brings us to the sheriff, and I'll turn it back to Deputy CEO Martin for comment.
These were numbers provided by the sheriff's office, and if you had questions, under Sheriff Johnson is here.
And I do know that on one level there have been some, I think, fairly significant unanticipated expenses in one instance due to a homicide with multiple defendants who dispersed themselves throughout the continent. And the sheriff's office has succeeded in bringing 6 of the 7 back home. But maybe we'll go through the rest of the specifics, and then we'll invite comment from the department heads and their representatives that we have here.
Okay.
But collectively, it does look like we have about a 1.3 million overrun in the sheriff's office budget, so obviously we'll have to address that. Juvenile hall, also 48,000 over, due primarily to overtime for staffing shortages. Probation, 241,000 under budget, but that is due to salary savings from staff vacancies. Agriculture, 277,000 under budget for the same reason. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. And I was just looking at the jail, and I think those costs were unexpected due to the criminal justice realignment, Prop 47, and the list goes on. More responsibilities being given back in that particular area to local government, to counties. So I did want to point that out.
I think that's an excellent point, and that has resulted in the jail, I believe, being at or slightly over capacity typically, and reversing a historic trend where typically any budget shortfall in the sheriff's office or overrun has typically been made up by savings in the jail, but due to the factors Supervisor Brown has pointed out, we now see the jail budget also is somewhat over. And we'll hear more, I hope, from Under Sheriff Johnson a bit later, but I think that is primarily attributable to the changes cited by Supervisor Brown. Agriculture, I mentioned, well under budget, again, largely due to salary savings, and I think that relates in part to cannabis positions that have not yet been filled, but of course the program is not quite yet launched. Planning and building projected to be 400,000 under budget, largely due to staff vacancies, and I think that's probably worthy of a little discussion a bit later. Animal care projected to be 80,000 over budget. mainly increased costs due to the parvo outbreak. And I think until we get up to mental health, that might be the significant over or under. General relief, nearly $100,000 under budget. County Museum, $74,000 under budget due to staff vacancies. Did you have a comment?
No.
Okay.
No.
Air quality, $75,000 in savings due to increased revenue and salary savings. And that's, I think, significant in light of some litigation costs that they've also experienced, and they've still been significantly under budget. Planning and building special fund, $55,000 under budget due to a reduction in services and supplies. DOT administration and road maintenance, $42,000 under budget. And then we come to mental health. So, and again, I do think with some of these departments, the salary savings does become an issue and kind of plays into our difficulty in retaining, recruiting and retaining employees. And then the vacancies, of course, then result in challenges to our remaining staff in providing services. So, you know, at some point we might have some discussion on those items. Mental health, I will turn it back to Deputy CEO Martin.
Okay.
It looks like some pretty significant issues going on here.
They're projecting to be $1,548,248 over budget, which will be covered by the Mental Health Fund 1221, which has an accrued balance of $3,025,960. This is mainly due to state audit results and state reduction of 2011 realignment. The adjustments, the mid-year adjustments that you're seeing are due to the ASO provider changes over the last year. And perhaps we can have Director Moss Chandler address questions at the end, or now if you prefer.
I suppose at the end would, well, either way. We've kind of been letting folks defer, so maybe we'll just go through it and then we'll come back to the department heads once we've gone through the full list.
Just before we move on, just wanted to point out the little chart that we put together that shows the audit adjustments, which are really a huge factor in this projected deficit. So you can kind of see there the ones that have hit or we're expecting to hit this current fiscal year and how that's affecting the budget unit. So I'm sure Director Moss Chandler would be happy to address any questions on that.
Well, and this is an endemic problem, obviously, that's been going on for a very long time. What's kind of astounding, we have an audit exception from 06-07 that we've just been notified of.
Yep. Well, I think we've known about it for a while, but the auditor did receive an email from the State Department saying that he anticipated we would actually get the money in March, which is, you know, so, you know, it's something that we were aware of that was supposed to be coming for a long period of time. I don't know if Auditor Weir has any more details on how long we've known that, but.
Well, obviously from the date, you know, it's going on to 10 years old. For the last couple years, because this becomes an accrual that I make at year end for the department, our outside auditor scrutinized that, and so I've reached out to the state to get backup documentation, copies of the final audit, so that we can justify the amount. And each time I've reached out to them, I've expressed a concern about the time period that this has been open. And, you know, they don't hesitate to hold back our funds when the audit is in their favor, and they hold back the very same year they find it. So that happens quite often. Here is this case where the funds are in our favor, and for whatever reason they say, sometimes it's the budget, the governor, that they just can't give us the money at this point in time. So again, it's an email. I'm not 100% confident that we're going to get this money in March, but at least I have a commitment out of a staff member from the state that he is putting forward the request for us to get this payment. So that's the best we can hope for.
So just to clarify, the 2.3 million that we expect to get notice of this month, that would actually be to our benefit.
Correct. Yeah.
And so for the ones listed here, overall, there's a 2.3 million positive to the county.
But since I've accrued that, that's what's in the fund balance.
So
we're anticipated that already.
It's part of the 3 million
is that
accrued fund balance number.
That's
that Joe
part of the
mentioned.
1221.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought. So all that has already been figured into that mental health fund.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that is part of, and we'll go to Director Tammy Moss-Chandler in a minute, but the 2.3 million is part of the 3 million?
Yes.
3.025.
That's correct.
And then that factors in after the adjustment of the 2011 realignment revenue, where we got $750,000 less than anticipated.
Well, the 750,000 is not part of the 3 million adjustment. The 3 million is the fund balance. That's just impacting the revenue in this fiscal year. That 750,000.
Okay, and the 3 million will
that's
help
part of the
cover
adjustments that we're recommending. Yeah.
Director Tammy Moss-Chandler, did you want to add a little to that discussion?
Thank you, Chairman McGowan, members of the board. Just to further elaborate to the point that this chart actually is trying to describe that there is a fund balance to help offset the negative impacts to this year's budget. But as our Auditor Controller and Alan explained, the positive impacts of the 2.3 million, the 655,000, and the 419,000, we actually had notification of that before the beginning of this fiscal year. So those were accrued at the end of last fiscal year. So they're not directly offsetting our budget this year. They're accrued income. What we didn't have accrued at the end of last fiscal year was this $1 million negative that you see on that list of charts. We had not accrued that because we did just get formal notification. There was unfortunately some notification of the county that didn't come through any of the three of us. So we discovered that in this fiscal year, and the state has started to take that money back. So as was stated before, when we have a negative impact from the state where we owe them money, they basically get that money back by withholding our payments. So we're starting to realize that negative impact effective in January. And so we needed to show you that in our budget year, even though we received some positive accruals from last year that we expect will offset that. In addition, we have this new allocation of our 2011 realignment that has been affirmed through a letter to all counties in September. We've been working closely with that because we're one of only a handful of counties that has a negative impact. And we were able to negotiate some improvements so that negative reset of our base is about $750,000 instead of what was originally calculated as over $1 million. The only silver lining of that impact is that now that there's an agreed upon statewide methodology for base allocation for all counties for 2011 realignment specific to the behavioral health sub-account, Now all counties will be able to realize the growth revenue that the state's been holding on to for the last 2 years. And we expect to get some significant growth revenue that we'll get for the last 2 years, and it's anticipated for the current year and the next year as well in the governor's budget. So now that there's agreed upon methodology, we will be able to mitigate this impact very shortly. I do just want to provide one other clarifying comment, is that neither of those are in any way related to the transition of the adult system of care and having a new ASO provider. We have other line item adjustments that you'll see in some of the detail that's broken down by the series estimates level, and we had to readjust where some costs were for hospitalization and other services based on what the county kept during the transition and what was contracted out through the ASO. So those are those budget adjustments that are referenced in that sentence.
Question. Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
So my understanding is the state audits are several years behind the times, and
Yes.
so it's, I assume we still have several more years to go before they get around to auditing the years where Ortner was in here.
That's correct.
So we still potentially could see audit adjustments to the county's detriment for several more years when they eventually get to those years that were under the Ortner management.
Yes, I really want to compliment our current mental health team. We definitely are impacted. You'll see we have salary savings. We're not fully staffed in mental health, but we have an amazing team of people who are working really closely to review all of our fiscal and program data over the last 3 years, and really to be as prepared as possible for what ramifications we may have through the audit process. And we'll actually be prepared to present that to your board when we come back for our next mental health update.
Thank you. And then the Mental Health Services Act, we see we're also well under budget there, but that on one level just results in additional funds that we can still utilize in the future.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Chair McCowan, just
Yes.
a quick comment before we move on from mental health. Just reminding the board that I'm not sure how long it's been there, but in the board's wisdom, you set aside $1 million in a mental health audit reserve, which is still intact and available if there are issues in the future that we're not able to resolve with budget adjustments or fund balance. I just wanted to remind your board that that is there as a safety net when these continue to crop up.
And that's in addition to the $3 million referenced here.
Yes.
Thank you for that point. Mental Health Services Act, as mentioned, $374,000 under budget. Library projected to be $418,000 under budget. So that's kind of the items that are mentioned. With the library, those are dedicated funds to the library. So when giving the projections, the year-end projections, we do not include that $418,000.
That's correct.
And those funds, of course, remain with the library for library services. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I would just like to receive an explanation on the Fish and Game Commission. It's a very minute amount of money.
And it's actually a mistake. It's not over budget, it's under budget.
Okay. Thank you.
And is it over? Is it under by the same amount that it was stated to be over, which was a couple of thousand? So.
Yeah, the chart, all the numbers there in the chart are correct. What's wrong is the one word.
It
should say under, yes.
What an eagle eye, however. And were there any other corrections to be made?
No, that was it.
Thank you. So we will go to individual department heads or their representatives, budget managers, for any comments that they would like to offer. We're always happy to see District Attorney Eister.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. David Eister, District Attorney. I agree with Supervisor Brown. Realignment has impacted the sheriff. I think you see that in realignment 2, which is what I call Prop 47, also impacted. But I think what the board needs to be ready for is realignment 3, which is Prop 57, because that's the unanticipated impact. What I expect that will happen is that we will have a faster revolving door as a result of Prop 57, and that impact will affect basically law enforcement as these people come back quicker from state facilities, and it'll impact then the DA's office and the sheriff's office, particularly the jail. So that's something to keep in mind as you are looking forward. Rulemaking is still underway with the governor's office, and we've received a little good news. Some of the problems that have been pointed out by the District Attorneys Association in its lawsuit and other things, the governor has taken some of those complaints to heart, and he's trying to make rules to mitigate those concerns. So at least there's some good news in what I consider to be a difficult situation. I think you should also be aware that the Prop 64 has had its impact too. Some good, some bad. What folks don't understand is that there are more rules this year, and going forward at least, than there have been last year in the past.
And more ambiguity. More ambiguity.
Right now, it's business as normal for the district attorney's office. We're not changing because the fuse was lit when MRSA and Prop 64 kind of came together. But the state has not put together its licensing aspects and everything else that needs to be there. I'm questioning whether they'll be able to meet their January 2018 guide or start date. That's going to be a wild card at this point. But for the moment, there's a lot of rules to be aware of and a lot of rules to follow, and folks should be aware of that. From your standpoint, a non-reliant income stream that the sheriff has had for since 2011 has been the restitution program. That is, at this point, probably half of what it was in 2011, its first year at this same point in time. So I've said in the past that is not restitution that should be relied upon, not something that should be budgeted for. It either is there sometimes or it isn't, and I'm telling you right now, at this point in time, it isn't. So be aware of that as you're looking at the sheriff's budget. I know that he and I have talked about this, and it has to be something that has to be taken into consideration.
Supervisor Hamburg, did you have a question?
Well, just with respect to the passage of Prop 64, I think you've mentioned that it would have potentially effect on people who had been convicted under marijuana crimes and in some cases incarcerated, and that they could then bring those cases back to court kind of on an ex post facto basis. And
yeah, without getting into the Latin, they're allowed to come back and petition to have prior convictions reclassified.
And do you anticipate that happening in this county?
It happened on the first day, in the first hour.
So it's already happening.
It's every single day. So it's not something that we're looking forward to. It's something that's already happening and we're dealing with in the court system. Normally several every week.
Okay.
But it's, Prop 47 had a 3-year window of opportunity in which you could come in and seek redesignation of your conviction.
Right.
That window terminates in November of this year. Prop 64 doesn't have a window. It's a forever thing. And so people with prior convictions for cultivation, possession for sale, and transportation or sale have an opportunity. It's better to do it now than later before you forget, to come back into court, petition to have those evaluated and redesignated.
But not necessarily erased.
Well, what's the definition of erased? You know, when you talk about erased, you know, having if under Prop 64, if it's not a crime today, but you were convicted of it in the past, you can come back and have that case dismissed because it's what it is now. But if it was a lesser crime now, for say a felony you got previously, you can come in and have that redesignated now down to that misdemeanor.
Down to a misdemeanor.
If it was a misdemeanor that now is an infraction, you can come in and have that misdemeanor redesignated down to an infraction. So all the steps are in place. It's just simply, it's not an outreach from us to people. It's an inreach from the folks with those convictions to the system seeking that assistance.
So have you dealt with a dozen of those or 5 dozen or?
Well, let's keep going up. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's been significant. The advantage we have here over some other counties is the way we've been doing marijuana business for the last 6 or 7 years has already put things where they should have been, where they should be. And so all those over 500 people that were involved in the restitution program don't have a need to come back and be redesignated. They, in essence, were designated where they needed to be at the very start.
Right.
So.
But they can't recover their restitution payment.
Well, no.
No. I mean, I hope not.
Me too.
Yeah.
But no, that has nothing to do with the level of their conviction.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, there's some things that aren't impacted. I mean, you have the manufacturing of BHO. One of the worst things we have going on in this county. Right. That's not going to be considered for redesignation in any way, shape, or form.
Because that's still a crime.
It's a crime, and it's a dangerous crime.
And still a felony.
And still a felony.
Yeah.
There's, I don't want to make it too peachy. There's still marijuana felonies, but like in the cultivation area, if you're cultivating and you're doing environmental crimes, well, it'll be evaluated for felony charging because that's still allowed. Possession for sale, default misdemeanor, can still be a felony if you are involved in certain conduct that's now specified. Yeah. So if you follow the rules, it's more advantageous to you, but we have had a certain number of people in this county who have decided not to follow the rules.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So on the realignment, is it true that if someone is released from state prison that they are sent back to their county of origin?
That's true.
And if someone was sent to their county of origin, is there any obligation for that county to keep them there? I guess what I'm bringing up, I've heard that Cloverdale is buying MTA bus tickets, and I'm not saying any of those people are on state probation or state parole, but I'm just wondering if any other local government in California were sending someone to Mendocino County who was on state parole and was originally sent to their county of origin, is that county or that city violating any kind of
Well, they're
law?
not supposed, that's called dumping, and they're not supposed to be doing that, but I'm not aware of that happening. In the old days, you always heard Cloverdale dropping people off up in Hopland and UPD dropping people down in Cloverdale, but that's stuff that was long ago. When they get released out of prison, coming back on realignment, they're normally on post-release community supervision, which is another word for parole. They have a probation officer instead of a state parole officer who is supervising them, and they are to report to their county. Now, if that supervision gets transferred with the permission of everyone involved, well, okay, then they could be in Mendocino County. But a person paroled to Sonoma County is supposed to report to and be in Sonoma County. There's a certain percentage of people, the violent people and the likes, registrants, sex registrants, that when they come out of prison, they're still under the supervision of the state parole office. And so those folks are assigned a particular office, either one in Santa Rosa or the one you see over here on State Street, not that far south of Low Gap, where those folks have to report into their state parole officer. That's where I've been concerned, because when realignment occurred, they basically downgraded the number of people working for the state parole offices, but Prop 57 now is going to increase their caseload, yet we've not seen that increase in personnel to handle what will be anticipated to be a increase in people to be supervised.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge the grant that you received for, victims. That's, I think, very beneficial.
Yeah, that's for underserved areas. Normally, it's intended to serve Point Arena, Leggett, Laytonville, and Covelo. Unfortunately, the definition underserved, in my opinion, tends to be anything outside of Ukiah. The numbers, and I know Deputy CEO Martin is going to cover this, that number you see in there on the adjustments, 175, that's not all DA money. We get about 86,000 of that for the DA. Our partner in this is Project Sanctuary, and the money is held by the county, but they put claims to us, which we approve to go to pay for their larger share and participation in the partnership.
Well, but it although not as much as we'd like, it certainly addresses a need that is out there that has been, largely unmet. So.
Well, and I agree with that. My victim witness staff works really hard, and we have a really good staff. Finally, I'll note for the board that, you mentioned that we're going to anticipate to be at budget. I personally anticipate we'll probably be under budget, and part of that, again, is a staffing issue, having enough people to cover the jobs we have to do. My staff, both on the clerical and the professional side of it, work really hard right now to cover some missing parts that we need and just haven't been able to put into place.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Under Sheriff Johnson.
Chair, members of the board, Randy Johnson, Under Sheriff. In addition to what the district attorney mentioned, we have significant less revenues than were anticipated in other areas, as well as we did have some significant income that was moved into the share match for the jail building if we're successful in that. And so those are a couple significant items that really impact. And additionally, I think we're the single most volatile budget in the county for the sheriff's office because of so many things that we're not able to forecast what might happen, homicides and, floodings and emergencies that we deal with. So that also impacts our budget severely. So,
could you confirm that one Laytonville murder case alone, due to the number of defendants and the way they dispersed really throughout the continent, I'm assuming that had a significant impact?
Yes, there's still one outstanding, but we've been to San Diego, Tahoe, Virginia. We've been to multiple states to pick these people or go talk to them and get them back here and so on. So yes, it's significant. And then of course the amount of time at the scene and so on. And that's before we even get it to the point to the DA's office that the DA will be impacted as well.
Mm-hmm. Any questions? Supervisor Jurdy?
So I know that your department and the Human Resources Department have worked together to try to speed up the filling of vacancies. And my understanding was this year that the vacancy rate has been fairly low compared to previous years, and that was going to help kind of manage the overtime. So how's that working?
Not very well. Part of the issue is we have a real lack of applicants, of qualified applicants for our department. As you know, we're sending some people to the academy, and we're having some decent success with that. But that's a long, drawn-out process. They're at the academy 20 weeks, and they come back, and they're in training for another 20 weeks or so. So we're having some difficulty getting folks to pass backgrounds. We're in the midst of trying to recruit for dispatcher, public safety dispatcher. We had 47 applicants. The test was last week. We had 16 sign up for the test. I'm not quite sure how many showed up. So out of that, we may get a list of 6 to 8. And out of that, we'll be lucky if we get one applicant. So the process is long,
tenuous and doesn't result in a lot. Part of it, as has been spoken to here many times in the past, is the pay relative, the cost of living, and so on. And pretty much every agency in the state is hiring, so a lot of these folks getting out of the academy are looking where the money is, and that's really what they're only looking at. They're not necessarily looking at cost of living, where they live, or anything else. They're looking purely at the money. Combine that with, you know, people aging up. We have several potential retirements the next year or two, so that will also impact us.
Thank you. Anything you'd like to add?
No, it's, you know, going forward with the different propositions that the district attorney talked about, the more legalization of the marijuana and the new program that soon to be going forward is going to impact certainly our budget in, I think, in multiple ways. So, you know, going forward, we're not going to have some of the revenue that the sheriff's always been quite willing to help out in the budget area. It's not going to be there. And so it'll be a little more difficult, and we're going to have to potentially get to some decision-making times, and the board's probably going to have to make some priority decisions when it comes to funding as we move forward. So I've been mentioning this both in all of our budgeting process in the last several years, and now I think we've reached that point where the income that we've all had a little bit of extra to use here and there, and the sheriff's been good with sharing, is not there. So it's going to be a little more difficult, yet we still have the same or more responsibilities to the citizens of the county. So
thank you, and I'm confident the executive office will work with the sheriff's office to identify what steps we need to take to, you know, bring things into line as much as we can. And the factors you've cited and that we've discussed, it's obvious that there does need to be an increased allocation to the sheriff's office. So
all right, thank you very much.
I'm sure we look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other departments?
If I may, Steve Dunnicliffe, Director of Planning and Building Services, with Adrian Thompson, our Administrative Services Manager. And just wanted to speak briefly to the budget underage that was referenced, and talk about the staffing within the department. So I think that the fact that we're under right now is actually, there's a relatively good reason for that. So we had some really key vacancies in the last year, which were the department's highest paid management positions. This included our chief planner, our chief building official, and our administrative services manager. So as some of the highest paid positions, we had the biggest budgetary impact when those were vacant. The highlight here, though, is succession planning and talent within the county allowed us to fill 2 of those 3 positions with internal candidates. Really good for the department because we've got stable employees that really understand the county system. Bad for the budget because what it does is it maintains the vacancies. When you promote people in, you're still a body short. So what we currently have open as vacant positions is code enforcement officer in the Fort Bragg office, senior planner, commission services supervisor, and a planner 2 position. And of those, at least 2 of them are going to be filled here really quickly. 3 of them are roughly due to some of the promotions that we had, and then we also just lost a planner to the city of Ukiah. They had an open planner position. Another thing that I wanted to bring to your board's attention is we've been working to bring in the best possible candidates that don't always have the level of experience of the people that we're replacing them with. And so it's been really important to us to bring in personality matches for the community. But what that does is it lowers the pay that the department is responsible for. I think that what's really critical with this approach is that the county maintain a willingness to rapidly promote these people, because what you'll look at, or what you'll see with the department, is where we had a broad spectrum of position, planner 1, planner 2, planner 3. Right now we're really heavy at the planner 1 level because that's where the absolute best candidates have been. They've just had less experience. one of our selling points and sales pitches to staff is that we will train people and give them a broad, broad experience. But again, what we need to make sure that we're able to do is then promote them out of those classifications as soon as they're eligible based on the minimum qualifications and the experience that they've received. And so that's what I wanted to bring to your board's attention.
Mm-hmm. Anything to add?
No specific comments, just questions on that. And I know you did have a question on the supplies, and part of those fees were forfeitures and penalties. And with our amnesty program, we did get a bunch of new building applications, but because of amnesty, we aren't collecting forfeitures and penalties. And so it does show that that's estimated to be about 43,000 under. But again, that was anticipated with amnesty, which is the full fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
So just that comment.
And of course, the amnesty increased the workload too.
It did. The last day of the year, we had 20 applications just inland.
Mm-hmm.
So can I just bring up a point?
Supervisor Jurdy.
It was brought to my attention very recently that, if I understand it correctly, the amnesty program only applied to the building permit. And so in the coastal zone, people are paying planning fees that may dwarf the building permit fee. And so it sounds to me like...
I believe it was planning, building, and environmental health had their own portion. And so I would need to double check, but I do not believe we were charging penalties on CDPs.
Okay. Maybe I was thinking of the economic development fund that we were using to pay for fines.
Potentially.
And if I could speak to that, there were two programs that the board initiated for the current fiscal year. One of them was a fee waiver for job-creating commercial projects, and that was specific to the building permit fees. And that program expired December 31st of this year. And then we're still in the amnesty permit process, which was again geared toward the building fees, and that runs through the end of the current fiscal year.
I'm just pointing it out that the coastal development permit fees are very expensive compared to these building permit fees, and because we were only focused on the building permit fees, it may not have resulted in much assistance in the coastal zone.
Any further questions?
Well, I think that's it, but in some level, the coastal development permits, could you say they're roughly analogous to, use permits? Or
They're less than a use permit.
Mm-hmm.
Roughly your standard coastal development permit would be $2,000. Minor use permit would be somewhere around there. Major use permits are well over $4,000. Mm-hmm. Most CDPs wouldn't be close to $4,000. And again, with amnesty, I believe we would be saying no violation fee on that CDP for someone who is self-reporting and trying to be legal.
And also through the fee adjustments that we did recently that I believe you did a tremendous amount of work on, mm-hmm. We were trying to somewhat equalize the impacts and remove artificial distinctions such as coastal zone versus inland.
Correct.
Is that
There's less
accurate?
duplication. That's accurate, yes.
So,
and we'll have more of that later in the month, but we won't get into that now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Howard DeShield, Department of Transportation, coming forward.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, Director of Transportation. I know the hour is late, but I thought the budget was a good time to just bring up some things. In my February 14th Director's Report, which for the purpose of the press and the public is still published at the board website, we talked a little bit about the gas tax revenue, and I know there was an early slide in the presentation. So the fact that the gas prices are coming back up again, there was about $60,000 that we really didn't lose from this year's budget, so that's a plus. The projection next year, we were looking at a loss of 1.4, which the board graciously backfilled last year. It looks like the gas prices are going to reduce that by about $300,000, so there'll only be a $1.1 million hole going next year. But what I really wanted to say, because I've had a lot of questions about the storm damage and the emergency response, and with the expectation that we'll get 11.47% reimbursement on the Federal Highway Administration program, which will cover Ore Springs Road, and will cover Mountain View at Faulkner Park, because we have another problem there. For some reason, Supervisor Hamburg has all the biggest problems. And did Supervisor Jurdy say he didn't have any?
No, I said by comparison, Fury.
Just, you know. Supervisor Brown actually has quite a lot too, and so does the 3rd District. It's all important to me, but for some reason the priority projects are Ore Springs Road and then Peachland Road. And so what you'll see the department...
Typically Mountain View also comes in.
And Mountain View, those 3, you know, and the problems that are there. Of those 28...
It holds up better generally.
I've got a few little problems on Philo, but
You should represent a different district, that's all.
I'm thinking about moving.
Okay. So, you know, people ask, well, is the money the holdup? Is FEMA not getting you the money? With the money we have here, the department can leverage quite a few funds, because if the FEMA program kicks in, that'll be about a 6.25% local share. As I said, the federal highways contributions 11.47. So on average, we can figure 10% of all this will eventually get reimbursed. We have 2 years ago, when the department presented our lists of all those bridges and projects, you know, we have the 1.4 million the board graciously restored to cover all our local share there. So we can use that because those bridges aren't being built. We can get reimbursed. We have, with our salary savings and with, you know, these amounts of revenue, enough to leverage. So I was asked, you know, yesterday, well, will you go ahead with the pavement corrective maintenance program, which I gave you on the 14th of February, and we intend to. And getting back to the question about pothole recovery, well, I know that's only 5 or 6 miles of corrective maintenance work, but this year we targeted roads that were in such bad repair that they needed actual reconstructive effort. Well, that knocks off, that fully fixes at least that many miles of potholes. So we wouldn't stop that program. We have enough using these other funds that we have to proceed while we wait for reimbursement. What else was I going to say? Oh, you can expect to see that contract in front of you, and authorization to advertise and award it, just like we always do every year. You'll also see us come back probably with Ore Springs, Peachland, and possibly Mountain View Road, with authorization, with the caveat that the department would proceed as soon as we're assured that we met the conditions for federal reimbursement. So I want you to know I have staff working on those. We're trying to lay out plans. We're trying to get ahead of it. The agencies often will fast track some of your more important projects. They can't do them all. Some of them are going to wait to year 2, year 3. They might all wait to year 2, but I will try to advance some of these sooner. Money's not the problem, just so you know. It's the process that I have to go through. And when I bring those to the board, it'll be with the expectation that as soon as I know that reimbursement is assured, I don't have any more process, I can just go. So I am working on these things, and we aren't really being held up. So I've been saying that to the newspaper. I thought I should say it to you. So,
Mr. Chairman, just
Supervisor Hamburg, Jurdy,
go ahead. One of us goes.
Go ahead.
Now, as far as the emergency repairs that you did last week on Peachland and the Bailey Bridge in Ore Springs, those are being done with department funds.
Everything is done with department funds in expectation of reimbursement.
Okay, so we will get reimbursement for both of those jobs as well. Hopefully.
I know we will on Ore Springs. Again, FEMA has not done their applicants briefing yet, so I'm not in their program yet. Okay. But I think I've done everything. Typically, FEMA, and Mr. Weir's here, he remembers all these, is very good about reimbursing your own forces, and we did that with our own forces. Okay. It's called emergency opening, and we've been real successful recouping those. Where I do the emergency contracts, they're very fussy about procurement. Although on Ore Springs, that's being done under federal highway, and I did do that after consultation with the proper authorities, and I'm reasonably sure we're good there too. I'm always careful to do that.
Right.
So yes, we should get it, but I haven't signed a piece of paper yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So going back briefly to your staff report, you talked about director's report. You talked about the single bid that came in for the staircase in Mendocino, and it was, I guess, the engineer's estimate was $25,000, and I think your report simply said it was over that amount, and so you were going to put it out to bid.
No, I wasn't going to do that. I think there's other ways to award that because it's under limits, and in fact, a recent update on that was the bidder, and there was only one bidder, had switched two of the line items. They had the lump sum in the cubic yard column, so it could be that just with a math error, that one will be all right, and we'll proceed with that. The only thing holding us up there would probably be the weather and that sort of
Okay, so you do think it may be that it could proceed in the next couple months?
I think so.
Weather permitting?
I think so.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And your 20 unfilled positions, obviously, again, you've made the point, your crews have really stepped up with volunteering for overtime, including on Saturday work and 16-hour days to try and keep up with the demand caused by all of the storm outages. But it's just an ongoing issue kind of across the board of having unfilled positions, which helps balance the budget, impedes our ability to provide the service. So
it does. It's been interesting. Some of the people we've hired within a few weeks give notice. You know, there's just better wages out there and there. Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Health and Human Services Agency Director Tammy Moss Chandler, did you have anything to add to your earlier remarks? I don't believe I see any other departmental representatives that haven't yet addressed the board. Public comment, anyone present who wishes to address the board on the second quarter budget report, please come forward. Seeing no onrush of public members, we'll bring it back to the board. And I just want to clarify that the pages 38 and 39 of the budget report are the same as Exhibit A. Is that accurate? It has the second quarter budget adjustments?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Board members, or while I would go to staff, is there any additional comments?
No, I think the only thing that we had a slide on, there's some pages in the report that we didn't address, was just the labor update, you know, negotiations coming up with a number of units, and then, of course, the adjustments that are provided. So we could address any questions on the adjustments that you may have.
CEO Angelo.
Thank you, Chair McCowan. I do anticipate receiving a memo from two of the three bargaining groups that are up in June that they will want to reopen sooner than June. So I think that we will be in negotiations with more than just our one bargaining group over the next couple months. While it will be somewhat early to reopen, I think the fact that we're building our budget now for next year, it's not a bad idea to begin negotiations to see what we're dealing with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, comments, questions, action? Supervisor Brown?
There we go. I couldn't find it. Where is it?
She's hungry.
I am hungry. I move to accept the FY 2016-17 second quarter budget report and to adopt resolution amending FY 2016-17 adopted budget and authorize the chair to sign the same.
Second.
Motion by Brown, second by Hamburg. All those in favor, well, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. We did run over. We will adjourn for lunch and return at 1:30.
Chair McCown.
So we are reconvening in open session, and item 5G, is there any update on legislation?
Chair McCowan, no, there is not. There was a brief legislative update in the budget report, and there's no other update for today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe 6A is our remaining open session. Supervisor reports. Supervisor Brown.
Well, thank you. Chair McCowan.
I'm just a lucky guess that you might have something.
Well, what I have to report about for my time from our last meeting has to do with all the community meetings I have been attending, and mainly they were related to cannabis cultivation ordinance and illegal activities related to that industry. Also, I'd like to report that next Monday is the PPFC meeting. It'll be in Sonoma County, and I think there is a news release that has gone out. I don't know how many county supervisors received it, but this is the facilitating committee surrounding the biological opinion on the Russian River. Also coming up next week will be the SIGMA meeting, our ongoing efforts where Supervisor Hamburg and I are the ad hoc, and there is a disagreement of the GSA structure for the agency itself, and hopefully we'll find a compromise at our meeting on March 16th so we can move forward, because time is clicking away or ticking away, and we have to have something into the state, otherwise the state comes in. So I'm hoping we can find the compromise and everybody get together and work together on that. Also, just received notice, I have RCRC, I don't know, did I mention that?
Not yet.
Board of Directors meeting, and that will be on Wednesday. So I'll be able to report back on that and information as Supervisor Hamburg asked for, and other information, hopefully on transportation, etc. I just received notice that the CSAC Legislative Conference registration is open, and that will take place May 17th and 18th, and that is held in Sacramento. And I really want to encourage those that have never gone before, because all supervisors are invited to that, attend the policy committee meetings, depending on what areas you're interested in. And it's packed with a lot of information. But registration has opened. It will take place at the Hyatt Regency and the Sacramento Convention Center. And they have dress code here, business attire, so you can't go in your running outfits. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. One more thing. Also, this coming Thursday, there will be two meetings, one 1 to 4, the other, I believe, is 6 to 9. It'll be at Ukiah Valley Conference Center, and this has to do with the relicensing of the Potter Valley project. I'll be attending the 1 to 4, and then going to Inland Water and Power Commission at 6 o'clock for their meeting. So that's happening as well.
Thank you. And we should also note that there was the 34th Annual Women's History Celebration. Would you like to give a bit of a...
I'll let you.
Well, it was held on the 5th. A couple of days ago. It was very well attended. We had both Assemblymember Wood and Senator McGuire present, as well as State Controller Betty Yee and former Superintendent of Schools Delane Easton, who is also running for governor. Supervisor Brown, as she has been for years, at least ever since she's been on this board and a bit before maybe, very involved with the organizing of the event, and it really was a great event. So Supervisor Jurdy?
As we heard earlier, I think from Sarah Duquette, that there is renewed talk of passing a transportation bill, and I'll just repeat, Phil Dow at our MCOG meeting on Monday said he was at a conference, and Senator Beal, who's the author of the primary bill, believes that yes, in fact, this year it will pass, or some version of his previous bill will pass. And I was at an event on Saturday where Assemblymember Wood was present, so a different event, and he also brought it up that he believed that the Assembly was prepared to pass a transportation bill. So this would be the first time, perhaps since the early 1990s, since the first 2 years of the Clinton administration, that either the federal government or state government has provided some new funding for transportation on a meaningful level.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I'd just like to add, I do have a summary if anyone wants to read it. I'd be happy to share it.
Thank you.
And just one other thing coming up, there's a bunch of small meetings going on all the time. There's one tomorrow that I'll be at here in Ukiah for the Workforce Development Board, and I expect to hear a little more update on the forward progress that the county's making, the staff is making towards integration with Mendocino counties, with Napa and Marin, which will save the taxpayers quite a bit of money in terms of the back-end administration. So we'll still have in-county services, but just it's a cost-saving process that we're going into. So again, tomorrow's Workforce Development Board meeting, I assume we'll hear an update on that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Supervisor Hamburg.
Okay, I'm going to just go real quick. It's been a while since we met as a board.
Yes.
So a few things happened. We had our Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting at the County Museum in Willits. One thing that came out of that meeting was the drafting of a letter of support from the BHAB with respect to the expansion or the establishment of a mental health unit at the county jail. And that was put together by Vice Chair Patrick Pekin and Chair Jan McGordy, and it was approved by the board. There are a few other things that happened there, but just the general meeting of the BHAB. That afternoon I met with Steve May, who was the operator of the surf market down in Wallala, and he and I have had several discussions which have also involved Ruth Valenzuela and Danielle Bradley, I believe her name is, the new, of course, Ruth represents Assemblyman Wood, and Danielle represents now Senator McGuire, and we're just trying to iron out this redemption issue and how to deal with the loss of the buyback center. And there's some legislation that was proposed in the Senate. Actually, it was a committee that Senator McGuire sits on, but that legislation seems to be dead at this point. So we're kind of working with Cal Recycle and working with our state representatives, because we're only about 90 or 100 days away from when technically these two markets in Wallala would be hit with $100 a day fines. So we're trying to figure out some way to resolve this issue short of that. So I've been staying in touch with the owners of both those stores, as have Ruth and Danielle, and I think even Heather Gerwitz has gotten into the act. Also on that same day, the 15th of February, I went to the meeting of the Hopland Municipal Advisory Council. It's pretty cool. I know that Carrie's been working closely with the Redwood Valley MAC, and that's a very active group, and the Hopland MAC is really moving along, and there were two issues that actually several issues we focused on, but one of them that was kind of interesting to me is that they wanted to opt out of the formula business ordinance. So they're going to be bringing that forward to the board under, I think it's a general plan action item, which calls for creating the Hopland Downtown Plan. And anyway, They have made that determination that they did not wish to be part of that formula business ordinance. We also talked about the problems with the Hopland Cemetery and various other things. A lot of my time over the last few weeks has had to do with IFAN, the Internet for All Now Act, and I'm not going to go into all the intricacies of it, but to me it's been a very positive process because Marin, Sonoma, and Mendocino all got lined up together with Assemblyman Wood and Senator McGuire, and we were all kind of pulling in the same direction. We came up with 5 issues that we felt were necessary to amend the bill as it came out of CETF, the California Emerging Technology Fund. That was Sonny McPeak's bill. We've been working closely with Sonny McPeak. We're not fighting with her. She has a somewhat different approach. She's trying to not antagonize the incumbents. We don't want to antagonize the incumbents either, but there were 5 specific things, and I'm not going to go into what they are. If you want to know what they are, I'll be glad to let you know. But we did submit a red line version of the bill, which contained the changes we wanted. We also submitted documents to Mr. Wood, to Assemblyman Wood and Senator McGuire. So anyway, we're all kind of lined up right now. There's actually 4 bills right now that all deal with expansion of internet and the continuation of the California Advanced Services Fund. You might know that the California Advanced Services Fund has been defunct since December 31st of 2016, in the sense that there's still money in the fund, but no taxes are being collected. So it's not on your AT&T bill anymore. So there's no new money. And that's the way the incumbents want to keep it. They do not like CASF because they don't like the competition. We also had a meeting of the Joint Coordinating Committee. Supervisor Jurdy was on that with Mike Cimolino and myself and of course, Louisa Morris and Mr. Swow, Jerry Ward, and we're trying to figure out the Casper leachate problem. And I think did we make any progress? I think we did.
If Jerry Ward follows through with what we asked him to do, it's all solved.
We made some progress. Okay, and then also had a meeting with the Anderson Valley on their tax sharing proposals, Sue Ranachak and Andres Avila, who was here he was at LAFCO yesterday, Clay Eubank, who runs the Anderson Valley Ambulance, Larkin Filer, is that her name, from LAFCO? Larkin, what's Larkin's last name? Anyway, Larkin and Uma were there. We were trying to figure out how the Anderson Valley Fire Department could annex County Service Area number 3 and provide better service. It ended up that there just was not enough money in a tax swap to make it doable for them. And as Chief Avila said yesterday, it originally looked like it might be about 20,000. Then it looked like about 5,000. Anyway, it was not enough money for them to do it, so they did withdraw that application. I attended the Russian River Water Association meeting the next week. I think Carrie's very familiar with what they do, but it was a good meeting, really focused on climate change, and I learned a lot about how we in our little area here in Sonoma and Mendocino counties are anticipating how climate change may affect our infrastructure and what kinds of plans we need to make for protecting local infrastructure. Let's see, anything else? I think I mentioned that at the end of this month, on the 31st, we're going to have an event where the Point Arena Field Station and the Gateway Committee on the South Coast are going to meet together to talk about plans for the field station. We talked about that. Still working on the appraisal, which is the precursor for the conservation easement between BLM and the college. So that's still going on. We had a Sonoma Clean Power meeting a couple days later, which was Mayor Lindy Peters' first meeting. I am now the vice chair of Sonoma Clean Power, which is pretty weird considering I've been to 5 meetings. But we had a lot of turnover, and I ended up being one of the senior members. Wow. So anyway, we had a good meeting and we talked. No. Yeah, so next year I'll be the chair if I, Lord willing and the creek don't rise. And then yesterday,
Creeks have been rising.
the creeks have been rising. So yesterday I attended the Tourism Commission's workshop for about 3 hours, and their strategic planning. Very, very positive, very, very good group, and they're meeting again today. They're having a 2-day session to do their strategic planning document. There's one other quick thing. Oh, I wanted to hand out, I also attended the First Five meeting, and they prepared this. I don't talk a lot about First Five. I actually do think they do a lot of good work, so I brought you a little 2-page summary of what First Five has been up to, and what their mission is, and just so you can. I think I got like 6 I probably didn't get enough copies, but I just wanted everybody to just take a look when you get a minute and see what First Five is doing in Mendocino County. So that's it. Thanks.
And the Anderson Valley dropped the annexation, but they're still going forward.
They're
with
still
it.
going forward with the ambulance, the annex, what do they call that?
Activation of latent powers.
Activation of latent powers, so that Anderson Valley Ambulance will be joining, hopefully, the Community Services District.
And then one reason they want to be in line if we get to the point of having an exclusive operating area.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly. Thank you.
Supervisor
So
Judy.
I have a question. It's really an issue that Dan brought up that prompted me to think about it, because I've never been on LAFCO and I don't want to be on LAFCO, but it sounded like what you were saying is that this may have been a case where an agency maybe would think for good governance reasons it should change its boundaries, but the cost of going through the annexation process just didn't pencil out and make it worthwhile for them to do it? Is that what you're saying?
No, it had more to do with the tax sharing, the amount of additional tax revenue that they would have accrued by enlarging their service area. Okay. It was not enough to allow them to really do a significant amount of service to that area. And we worked with Lucy Simonson on that, and what we originally thought was about I thought it was at one point it looked like 17,000, and then it ended up, when they took out the school districts, it ended up being only about 5,000, and so they just dropped it.
Okay, so maybe what I was going to suggest isn't relevant then, but I was just wondering if there was an instance where an agency, it made sense for them to expand their boundaries, but just the cost of going through the process of expanding an area just wasn't worthwhile. It seems like in the perfect world there would be some little pot of funds to help cover those costs, because ultimately what we want is efficient delivery of services.
Exactly.
Yeah. To me, it's really goes back to the state, and I think they have not taken any responsibility for assuring that there's at least some basic level of fire and emergency medical services throughout the unincorporated areas. And so Anderson Valley, like many others, is in a situation where they respond to areas outside their district, but given that they would only receive a minimal amount of additional money if they annex, I think they didn't want to be in a position where they were obligated to respond. I mean, they do respond, and there's issues with that, as we all know, but there isn't a pot of money out there to subsidize the adequate provision of basic fire and emergency medical, unfortunately. I did attend a new employee orientation. I believe Supervisor Jurdy may have done that as well since our last meeting. And I would encourage all of you to take the opportunity. You can contact HR and see what their schedule is for the new employee orientations. HR has done a lot of work, I believe, to make that a more meaningful process for the employees. LAFCO, we are still moving forward incrementally with the MSRs, municipal service reviews. We did have a workshop on the cemetery district MSRs, and we're still securing additional information, principally relating to the finances of the districts. Also, I was invited on last minute to attend the leadership meeting that was held here, and CEO Angelo invited me to make some brief remarks, which I did, and it's really rewarding to stand up here and look out and see so many people, many of whom I knew, many of whom are already in leadership positions, others who are improving their skills and assuming greater leadership roles. And so that's really a very encouraging process to see us actively working and to see the employees participating to further develop their skills so they'll be more effective employees, and that is our succession plan for the future. Ideally, many of the people in that room are the future leaders of Mendocino County. Also, North Coast Railroad Authority will meet here tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning. Unless there are any further announcements, we will, Supervisor Brown?
It sounds like we're all going to have full plates the next 2 weeks as well.
Well, there is generally no shortage. So we will adjourn to closed session. We will also convene as the Air Quality Management District. Items 9A, B, C, D, and E all involve...
No, A, B, C.
Microphone.
It's just A, B, C, and D.
Well, you have an item E here listed, and
that's you'll be meeting as the Board of Supervisors on that one.
well, that's fine. But the point I'm making is A through E all involve various lawsuits relating to the Grist Creek operation, and the first two. The first one is Grist Creek Aggregates versus the county. The second one is the people of the state versus Grist Creek Aggregates. And the next three are Friends of Outlet Creek versus everybody. We also have an agenda item 9F, pursuant to Government Code Section, Conference with Legal Counsel, Initiation of Litigation, one case. So we will adjourn to closed session, and then we will reconvene to report out.
Okay, Chair McGowan, I just want to make it clear that A through D, those items that this board is meeting as the Air Quality Management District Board, and the other two items this board is meeting as the Board of Supervisors.
Do you want to repeat that a third time so we're sure we have it?
Okay, I just didn't
We're
hear.
adjourned to closed session. report out from closed session is the first 4 items listed. The board convened as the Air Quality Management District on a existing litigation, Grist Creek versus Mendocino County Air Quality Management District, People versus State of California versus Grist Creek's aggregates, Friends of Outlet Creek versus Mendocino County Air Quality Management District, and Friends of Outlet Creek versus Mendocino Air Quality Management District. On all 4 of those cases, information was received and direction was given. Meeting as the Board of Supervisors on item 9E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Friends of Outlet Creek versus County of Mendocino. Information was received and direction was given. On item 9F, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9C, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, 1 case, information was received. We are adjourned.